All right. So we're going to, hey, how you guys doing? We're live, I think. Great. And I'm here with?
Hi, my name's Raya.
My name is Jacob.
And we're going to talk a little bit about Batman versus Superman. So right now I'm going to start the movie. So if you want to watch along at home, I'm going to play it right now. And I have the Warner Brothers logo up there, and Rat Pack, and DC Comics. So if you're close to that, you should probably get a pretty good commentary along with this. So you guys are familiar with this movie, yeah?
Yes. I was going to ask, what kind of informed your decision to start out with the funeral procession?
Well, I knew we were going to end with a funeral, so starting with a funeral seemed to make sense to me. And I just, I like that sort of this cyclical concept of, we have a funeral at the beginning and a funeral at the end, and in between is kind of, the pantheon of life, I guess, if you want to say it that way. But.
And it does end the final shot is on a coffin, and as this intro starts on a coffin.
Correct.
I figured that was intentional. That was my question.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. This is, and you can see that the aspect ratio of this stuff is this was an IMAX sequence in the original. That was the way it was. If you saw it in an IMAX theater, you got this big IMAX opening, which was really, really fun. I don't know,
So
fun to see it in that way.
So this scene is so iconic in terms of everyone's understanding of Bruce's origin as he kind of developed into Batman and what transpires from his development from there. But I wanted to understand more about how you wanted to put your own spin on it, what informed your decisions around how you visualized it ultimately to make it different from every other.
Yeah, I guess for me, there was a discussion of not doing Bruce's origin, just because it had been done so many times, but I really had I just really wanted the sort of really intense, comic book accurate, just operatic version of it as best I could, and I really wanted to. And also, you can see all the Dark Knight turns, homages. So that was a really intense. Sorry, we had a delay.
Oh no, you're all good. Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. Although there are a lot of beats that are iconic to a lot of different perceptions of this scene, you want it to visualize it in a way that takes notes from what's been done before and imagined before, but also put your own spin on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the first one I've seen in slow motion.
Yeah.
Where I love how it opens up in this Bruce is kind of it opens up and he's talking about there's a theme of falling. And I love how even the music, if you write out the notes are falling. It's,
Yeah, this notion of kind of using the music to parallel this. Also, there's this kind of repetitious sort of theme to the music, which I thought was it's almost like it's unescapable. Destiny, that there was this inevitable course for Bruce that was sort of unescapable, and I think the music really does a great job to sort of give you that sort of destiny feeling as well.
and now the notes rise as he's rising.
What's that?
The notes are rising as he's rising.
Exactly.
So one of the things that I noticed, as I was rewatching BVS and rewatching Man of Steel yesterday, was the sort of this metaphysical, I guess, occurrence within Clark and Bruce, where it's very much like unclear, like if it's like directly impacting them in reality or if it's something that is occurring mentally that
Sure.
is not like being communicated to anyone else outside of themselves. And I wanted to like understand more around like,
Yeah, like whether or not he really floated up or not.
Right.
Like what, is that a metaphor? Is that?
and like when Clark was like experiencing those outer body like sort of stimuli impacting him physically, I would imagine that was like actually like happening in the moment. But like this, for example, is this also?
Yeah, I think there's a way to visualize that sort of conceptually. Can we get with Clark? It was an attempt to get into his head and know what it is. You think like we were talking a little bit about it yesterday that like, oh, this guy's a god, so to him nothing would be hard. He's Superman. What's hard about being Superman? And that's why I felt like it was cool to try and get in his head and see what he sees a little bit as far as like with his teacher and the sounds and all that stuff. But with this, and there are points in that movie where I do believe, even just like hearing the voice of Jor-El and the way we visualize the sort of AI generated, whatever you want to call it, sort of consciousness of his father that's in the ship that interacts with him, It's a justifiable sort of technological possibility, but we realize it in a pretty romantic way. Like your dad's there giving you advice that's pretty responsive to the moment. So it is surreal in some ways, I think. And this, this sequence with, especially the opening sequence with Bruce, and then everything Bruce is going through with, whether it be the, when he has the dreams about being going into the crypt, or even the Knightmare sequence, that's all stuff that kind of rides the edge of sort of imagined reality within the context of the movie. Like all of it's important information toward character and toward who they are and who they metaphorically and sort of mythologically are. But as far as like what is the hard reality of what's happening, that I do like to keep a little bit liquid,
Yeah, some parallels that I noticed too, like between the physical trauma that Clark was experiencing at school in Man of Steel versus what Bruce is experiencing as a kid, is that there's not really much to ground them in terms of like something to for them to latch onto that is that they can relate to, or someone that can like empathize with them around them. It's clearly them on their own, unless like they are able to like find. It doesn't seem like they're able to like find any sense of like a safe space either within themselves or externally. So I wanted to understand more. Is that something that you intentionally wanted to like kind of make a concentric, thing about them?
I love that way of thinking about it, because I think that they both have a very unique set of challenges that isolates them both, and sort of created them. The isolation kind of made them who they are. I mean, like, of course, Clark had, his father for this sort of moral rock, here his family, for this moral sort of way of thinking about what's right and what's wrong. And I would say that Bruce had that similar thing, but both, once they kind of separate from that, for Bruce it was when he was very young, had to sort of go on his own, took like an adolescent, in some ways it's this adolescent view of what justice is. Like if you ask a 10-year-old, like, what is justice? Batman is a pretty clear answer. Yeah. And I think that that's kind of the way he sort of sees morality, a little bit he has a kind of childlike view of like right and wrong. And I think that's what causes, him to be so, intense with the way he treats criminals. You know what I mean? It's
So in a way, like he was sort of like stunted
Yeah,
after that
absolutely.
traumatic experience
Absolutely.
of losing his parents, and the idyllic sense of like justice as a kid just like remained in his mind.
Yeah. And then in my version, like became, I would say, perversed by the reality of taking that moral position on crime fighting and then extrapolating it over 20 years. Like, what do you become? What is the outcome of that? And you could see that there could be a dark version of yourself that remains at the end.
So I did notice that yes, Clark did indeed have like his father in his life, making a sense of morality and sense of like commitment to like civic duty very present in Clark's mind, and establishing sense of like restraint for protecting others. I totally see that, but like as far as Bruce not really having those pillars of morality around him like throughout most of his life, I do wonder like Alfred's presence in his life. Alfred seems very much like grounded in like
I think without Alfred he'd really
practicality
be
of
lost.
life.
Yeah,
right.
for sure.
I'd love to know more about like what we didn't get to see on screen, more of like how impactful was Alfred in this universe that you
Like as he grew up.
Yes.
Like that, yeah. I think absolutely without Alfred, he would have been completely lost. And, and I think that's mythologically Alfred's role, in the sort of Batman mythos is that Alfred is the proxy parent and has to like get him, lets him survive long enough to become Batman, basically. Without Alfred, I don't think he makes it to adulthood, you know what I mean? And I think that really is the role that he eventually plays,
In terms of like coping strategies, it doesn't seem like Bruce necessarily had a lot of outlets. Like a lot of it had to like be repressed, which I noticed as a running theme for Clark as well, like repressing those urges to physically like exert oneself or defend oneself. And with Bruce, it seems like he kind of like grabbed onto like those urges to like enforce like his perception of good. So
Sure.
I kind of see that dichotomy of like Clark is restraining himself, and then Bruce is like kind of harnessing like his ability in order to exert that force.
Yeah, it's like the opposite.
Yes.
It's like,
Yeah,
like
the dichotomy.
one's like giving everything, and the other's trying to restrain.
Yes.
And I think that's cool. They are yin and yang in that way.
Definitely.
I mean, here we are in Africa. This is a sequence we shot in New Mexico. There was a sort of a Navy SEAL training ground in New Mexico that that they allowed us to shoot at, and we built these these sets out there in Africa, in New Mexico, and it looks pretty. It's pretty great, and then we see how tough Lois is, It's really fun. This was one of the last things we shot too. We had been in Detroit shooting everything else, and then on the way back we stopped in New Mexico and shot this stuff. So we had filmed everything else. We filmed this and the sequence where Clark is up on the mountaintop and sees Dad. Another sequence, which you could say whether or not what is that? Is that him having a conversation with himself? Like, what is that?
Yeah, and I'm noticing that a lot of the figures, even like ones that would be considered protagonists, a lot of them have like these like self-serving vested interests in what they are communicating as for the greater good versus like driving their own like pursuits, like with Lois, her like
Sure.
going out of her way to go on this like dangerous adventure at the risk of like herself and others, all like under the assumption of it being altruistic in order to spread awareness and reporting and things like that. Like I'm noticing like I mentioned, even like with the protagonists, they tend to have sort of like antagonistic, self-serving interests as well.
Yeah, like she's a superhero journalist, you know what I mean? Like she mirrors the effort, in some ways maybe is, for all of Clark's powers, you know, he has this kind of self-inflicted moral sort of stopgap that keeps him sort of in check. And for all of Bruce's like pursuits of justice and all the things he thinks is, you know, that also he also hits up against his own morality and kind of stops him. Where I feel like Lois kind of exists kind of in that perfect middle ground between the two of them, you know, and she's able to do things like this, like literally, you know, she's able to be, you know, doing the work of an investigative reporter and finding out these truths and doing all of that stuff that you would say, you know, is like a superhero activity on
She's
its
very
own,
tenacious
you know?
and driven, which like is wonderful. Like she's a very compelling character, but at the same time, if I were to like to look a little bit deeper under the surface, I'm like, what's really motivating your, you know, sense of purpose to do these things? Is it really like, you know, altruistic, or is it really self-serving?
No, I mean, I think that's fine. I think it's fine to say that. Like, you know, I think you could say that about the best reporters. Like, in the end, is there a little bit of like, where's the ego part of it, right? Like, is it completely, no, I just want to serve humanity, or is it like you want the Pulitzer, you know? And I think that's a fun and fair conversation to have, because that's just real, that's just human, you know?
And that similar sort of like outside looking in perspective that I have is also aimed at Bruce. Like, you know, what's really propelling your sense of purpose? Is it like truly justice, or is it you chasing after a sense of purpose that you don't have from any like monoliths of morality or guidance in your life that you lost as a kid? Like, are you just searching for purpose at that?
Yeah, I don't think he's absolutely. Is he also is like, what is the adrenaline addiction? What is the, you know, all the things, like when he's out doing, you know, could he stop, you know, if he wanted to, you know, I don't know, you know, like I think that's all fun and real conversations to be had about the reality of what it means. Like, you know, the reality of fighting crime or in creating a persona that's that intense, and, you know, when do you lose, you know, the sort of, when do you lose the self and become addicted to exactly the thing that you say you don't want to exist, you know? I think that's absolutely the game they play, both of them, you know? I mean, tomorrow does Superman cannot, he doesn't need to put the costume on and fly around and save everyone, you know? He makes that choice. And so, what does that mean, you know?
In the same way that Bruce puts on the costume to kind of like intimidate others and sort of like mask his, you know, alter ego, in the way that Superman has that alter ego as well as Clark. I guess like it's not so much to, it is to protect, you know, loved ones and like their identities and all that, but like I feel like it's also like it's communicating a sense of purpose as they are in that alter ego state of like Superman and Batman, like projecting fear versus projecting hope, and yeah.
Right. Which is yeah, exactly. And also, I think the fun of it is like, which is really, you know, in this, I feel like what we do is we ask that question all the time, like, what is the moral obligation of a superhero, right? Like, what are they supposed to be doing, you know? And it goes to, I think, to what you're saying, like they're doing it. They're making it up. No one's forcing them to do it. And so there has to be some level of ego and some level of, you know, manufactured morality in what they do. and that's fine, and that's not. I don't have, some people would be like, no, they're purely altruistic, and they're yeah. No,
Probably not.
I agree. They can't be.
In my mind, yeah.
No, it can't be. I think that when we were making the movie, there is an argument for this notion that, in the scene where Bruce takes the gun from the guy and shoots the tank and blows the guy up, right? So everyone was like, oh, it's a big deal, for Batman fans that are like, oh, Batman would never kill anyone, right? And we can have that debate, and we could talk about the reality of that for a long time. But I said, well, what about the situation where Batman there's no, it's like the Kobayashi Maru or whatever, there's no way out, right? There's no alternative. And I was talking to someone about it, and they're like, well, you shouldn't put Batman in that situation. Where there's no alternative, because it's not, that makes his morale, that ruins the character, right? And I go, well, I think if you don't test the morality of the character, then it's dead. The character, it can't move. You can't, you know what I mean? It can't evolve. It can't be modern. It can't answer real questions. It has to you can only have it answer the questions that make it not break canon, right? And I think that's not a really modern way of looking at an icon like this, or like a piece of mythology. You have to be able to take it apart or break it in order for you to understand what it is,
The way that I kind of perceived it was at this stage in Bruce's life, it's less about upholding a morality. It's more just it's an ends to a means. At that point, he knows that he has to exert some sort of brutal, intensely instilling sense of fear and brute force in order to achieve the goal that he has in mind. He's even later on in the film, he says that we've seen or I'm paraphrasing, we've seen the worth of promises or things like that. I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing, but
we know what promises are worth. He says, yeah.
Yes, thank you. So I feel like at that stage, it is less about trying to uphold some idyllic monolith of violence is never the answer, or violence as a last resort. It's more just I need to do this in order to get to the next point in my objective.
Well, and I also think it's he's kind of I think he thinks that it works for him. It's he's tried everything, and now he's just at the point he's frustrated by his sort of lack of, the crime rate hasn't really gone down, because of him per se. And maybe, he's frustrated by the lack of movement. And so he takes it out on Gotham, on the bad guys. And it's not, and, he would say, it's like the True Lies line, they were all bad, they were all they were all sex traffickers, every one of them. There was I didn't get anyone by accident who hadn't done anything wrong. Well, of course, that's probably not the case, but it's interesting to sort of to play that game, and I think you have to with him. If you don't play a little bit of that game, then he, again, like I said, he's pretty stagnant. He's pretty monolithic and unmoving, and it's hard to make him anything. He's not very interesting, I guess. This was back in Detroit, of course, and Lois's house was in Detroit too. This was great, but this was a set that we shot inside her. This was all on stage, but that over the railing shot was just downtown Detroit, and then this was on stage. We built this this their loft in this as a big set. It was a great set actually. Got a lot of use out of it. We always thought that Lois's apartment was probably a little too nice for a journalist, but she's really good, I guess. She's really got Perry. Perry's really paying her too well a little bit. He's got a soft spot for her. But it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool apartment. There was a sequence we did that I don't think it made it into the movie at all, or maybe partly it did, but it was that there was a water. I can't remember it exactly, but the water had gone to the apartment below them, and I don't think did we shoot it? I can't remember if we shot it, but it was Clark had fixed it, like the roof, of the apartment below, because they were bad. It was in the script for sure. We might have shot a little piece of it. I can't remember. It's a little bathtub scene with our heroes. Strategic movement by Amy Adams. Very carefully done. Very professional.
Like moments like this that are kind of like a reprieve from the high octane like intensity moments. I kind of look for notes of exposing vulnerability and acknowledging like, hey, I'm in pain right now.
Yep.
I'm reaching out for help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like this was definitely like a good moment for that, and I felt like I was looking for those scenes with Bruce as well. There was like some semblance of that happening. I just wanted to kind of
I think the Bruce moments, mostly the Bruce moments are like, and I think that's the difference between having Lois be this sort of really a pillar for Clark, and Bruce doesn't really, he has Alfred, but it's not the same, He can't really talk about his fears and or he doesn't want to anyway, about his damage, where both of these guys are they're doing their best, I think, to examine the sort of pain that they're both in, over.
They have mutual psychological safety within one another.
Yeah, and Bruce just doesn't have. That's why, like you see in the one scene, like where he just kind of he sits up and he takes some painkillers and drinks some wine. That for him is
his coping mechanism.
And he literally just had some anonymous sex with someone. That's pretty much his. Those are his three.
That's his MO.
That's his way of like
coping.
Don't cope. Is his answer. But all right. Well, I think we are gonna take a small break. Thank you so much. That was a great conversation. I really enjoyed it. And if right now it's Bruce and Alfred are in the Batcave, continue watching, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. So thank you. And also don't forget to donate to the AFSP. I think the website comes up on our pause. Hey guys, we're back, and we're going to do a little bit more BVS conversation.
Yeah.
So,
Hi, and I'm Scott McClellan. I'm the host of DC Squadcast, a podcast, and the co-founder of Squadcast Media.
pleasure to have you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, we're going to talk a little about if you're tuning in and you're watching along, or if you're just tuning in and you're wanting to watch along, you can fast forward to this scene with Lex and what's her name there?
June.
Shun, and they're in the study. And they're talking about the Red Capes are coming. I don't know if you guys know the scene, but you'd have to fast forward to get there. Holly's amazing, by the way, and really enjoyed working with her.
What was the experience like? I mean, I've seen her in all kinds of things, especially through the 90s. And
Yeah, I've always been like a huge fan. I just wanted to put, like, Chris and I were like, oh, we should get Holly. We'll write a part for her. I don't care what it is. You know, it was like that kind of need. So, and she said yes, thank God, and it was just cool it was cool to work with her. She was just super pro, super smart. We shot this bit. This is, and now we're walking toward the Wayne tomb. I guess it's a tomb, mausoleum.
yeah, I was kind of curious, you know, with this. I mean, especially with, you know, how much this movie ties into like Excalibur and stuff. Like with how dilapidated Wayne Manor is. Was there kind of any idea about the whole like the land and the king are one, like how the house reflects Bruce's mentality right now?
100%. Yeah, like it's a physical representation of his sort of broken spirit, I guess, if you want to be that, you know, Shakespearean, you can, I think.
Oh, why not?
Yeah, why not? Nothing, doesn't hurt anything. And so, yeah, so absolutely that was sort of, you know, in Justice League, at the end of Justice League, you know, that the concept would be that they're going to rebuild Wayne Manor and make it into like the Hall of Justice or whatever.
Yeah, they'd have, you know, and have the round table, and you get the whole like knights thing
they
going.
They can meet there, and it's going to be amazing. This is what we were just talking about briefly before this, about sort of Bruce in his trauma. You know, he's got some painkillers, he's got some wine, and that's kind of how he deals with his, you know, if you have a nightmare, best not to think about it. You know, which is.
I was kind of curious, like with the production design here, you know, since with the walls being all glass, it's almost the irony of, hey, I'm an open book. Look into my house, when he's really got so much that he's hiding from everybody. Was that even intentional?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is based on the Farnsworth house, which is Eames, which is in Illinois, weirdly very close to where we were shooting, and but here's the thing, right? So he has a glass house, and anyone can look inside of it, but he owns all the land. So the reality is, no one can look inside, even though he has a house that is completely see-through. So from the outside, it would look as if you could make the argument that, oh, look, I'm completely wide open, but not to anyone. No one's allowed to look, because he owns the lake. He owns the whole thing. So it's you know.
It's another mask.
It's another lie. Yeah, it's another lie. Yeah.
Speaking of masks.
Yeah.
Still, I always loved this design, because when you revealed it, and you know the whole Dark Knight Returns inspiration.
Yeah.
You know, speaking my language.
Yeah. Yeah, I always like the cowl with like the furrowed brow, and like there's your Joker reference.
Yeah, and the Robin suit in a glass case.
Yeah. Yeah, this is quintessential. And it was really, I felt like it was really important for me to like express, you know, because this really is all his trauma, right? Mm-hmm. This is all Bruce trauma, whether it be that, because my car looks pretty good in the movie.
Yeah, by the way, my dad's big into British cars, so when you did an interview once with one of the British car magazines, and like he texted to me, I was like, wow, I've really like brought my dad into this world.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you mean recently?
Yeah, like in the last year.
Yeah, Aston Martin magazine.
Yes. Yeah.
'Cause, I took all the pictures of the car that are in there. Yeah, I really enjoyed doing that. It was fun. Yeah, I almost drove it up here today, that car, but I know.
I know. Oh, well, it was DB3, right?
Yep,
Okay.
DB Mark III. And then we shot this. There's the first shot of Wonder Woman, which is cool.
I was kind of curious, when you working with Terrio and then just like, because this is our first theatrical, Wonder Woman ever, the idea of, I wish I could go back and watch this movie, or I would love to be able to show this movie to someone who doesn't know that she's Diana, and like the idea of the mystery of who is this woman throughout
Right.
the movie.
Yeah.
Was that intentional?
Yeah, that was totally intentional. That's what we did. We thought, oh, there'd be this like, she almost looks like she's like a spy or something, right? Like, she's like really. We know that she could basically rip Bruce's arms off if she felt like it, but like, it's cool that she, that he's just playing, like he thinks, oh, I'm gonna use my Playboy charm to like, and he's just like, doesn't realize he's completely outmatched, But I think that was just fun,
Now we can't hear it right now, but I was kind of curious because like during the party, you worked with Richard Cheese on Dawn,
Right.
and then you got him singing a couple of Cole Porter songs
Right.
in the movie. I mean, it even works its way into the dialogue. Like,
Right.
what was the thought behind like? Did you make those choices? Who made those choices? Did you choose
Yeah.
the songs in particular?
Yeah, we chose the songs in particular. It was like night and day, day and night, or whatever. It is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. I was like, oh, that's cool. That's like, you have like the Night of Nights and the Son of Suns. So why not, like point it out? I thought that was that's just fun. I think there was a time when we wanted to call this movie something like Son of Sun and Night of Night. I don't know. There was like some kind of conversation
Yeah,
about
I
it.
think I remember that in the
Yeah.
Rolodex of titles.
Some
that
kind of,
came
yeah.
out.
I mean, of course we didn't do it, but it's that conversation was constantly being had in the context of this movie, that like, and like this moment here, just from an iconographic standpoint is really also fun, this Batman, Superman meeting, that it's not a fight,
Mm-hmm. But once again, one of those cinematic firsts, like, hey, there they are.
Cleon Peterson painting in the background there, see on the wall, those black and white paintings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have one of his paintings in the house, so it's in my house, so. Yeah, he went to Art Center actually.
Oh, okay, really?
Yeah. Yeah, so. But yeah, it's fun. It was, and I think I gave that motorcycle to Damon Caro, that motorcycle that's in the background there,
Okay.
after the movie was over.
So all this is all the set dressing and
Yeah.
that was actually at the in Michigan.
Yeah, it was all in Michigan. This was at the university. It's a, I don't know, I think it's a library. I forget what it is exactly. It's a library, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we turned it into the Lex's house. We actually built inside of it the entrance to the library, but not the actual set itself was on stage.
Okay. I mean, what was with everything going on with, Jesse Eisenberg's depiction of Lex Luthor, like, what was the process, like, how much was it what you were giving Jesse, how much was what Jesse was bringing, like, into the scene itself?
It was a good combo. Terrio, I think, Terrio is a good match as a writer for Jesse. You know, like I think he's good. Like when we were talking about it, and we talked really early on about Jesse playing the part, and I met with him right when we were still writing the script. I think that Chris, you know, really had that in his head as he was writing this character. You know.
Okay.
I think Jesse really informed it in a lot of, but you know, like I say, I think Chris, his natural cadences and things like that really work well for this.
And I think that's also been reflected because Jesse's been very complimentary of the. I mean, he's spoken very highly of the writing on the movie as well. So.
He really. It was called That's Cool.
Oh yeah.
Greek reference there. It's pretty funny. I agree. He was complimentary toward the writing, but he also was very, you know, the work he did, you know, because Chris is every word means something, and the detail's really there, and Jesse really was pulling the thread constantly to try and get to the why of those, even just the arrangement where the commas were, everything. You know, he was very. It was a cool conversation, you know.
Well, he's a writer himself, so I'm sure that informed that as well.
Absolutely.
Love how this moment ends up with the poster for the event.
Yeah.
Was there? I mean, as I was watching the movie, even before coming back here, a lot. I mean, you did an interview back with, I think, with DGA Quarterly when you're talking about Excalibur, and you talked a lot about powerlessness in that movie and what that does to people. And I was just reflecting on how in this movie and in others, do you have a draw to the idea of how people have power taken away from them, the responsibility of people with power, what that does to people? Is that just a theme that just really resonates with you in films?
Yeah, I guess it does. I mean, I think that I'm more interested, not more interested, but I'm interested in, I guess, the way that people respond to those pressures, like whether it be political or whether it be I'm the king, or whether it be I'm Superman, or whether it be I'm Batman, or whether it be I'm just a guy, that how those pressures change you or how you relate to them. I mean, it's always fun when your character is like, you know, a god, and on Earth, and how you show that character interacting, you know, with humans. I guess that you know, from an iconographic standpoint, like this shot right here, is very much you know, a thing that I like to play with. You know, I like to play with, you know, gods and men, and which is which, you know. Mm-hmm. And I think that's fun, and that's you know, frankly, the mythological part of it, mm-hmm. Excalibur, those themes overlap all the time, and I think that's also, you know, fun for me anyway.
And you know, we just missed like all the, like you starting that little interview montage. How fun was it? Like, did you like come up with like a wish list of I would love these personalities to be represented in the movie, or was it?
Yeah, we did a little bit of a search. I mean, Neil deGrasse was like, you know, I think on the top of my list just as like voice of reason, okay. You know, and then the rest of them we just kind of played around with who, you know, it was more of a process.
Okay.
And I think that you know, it was fun to do, and by the way, you know, we kind of had that laid out, and they just kind of riffed, you know, lot of, you know, they kind of played a lot, you know.
You just kind of give them like a frame, and it's like improv, go
I mean,
for it.
Those lines were in there, but they worked around it, and they kind of Yeah, it was cool to see because it's, you know, a group like that, those guys are super smart, and given the intellectual exercise of riffing on the theme, like, you know, you can imagine they
fun.
They could do it. Yeah, they could. It wasn't hard. It was a lot of good stuff, especially sort of, you know, knowing that it's all about like this debate about whether it's okay, whether Superman, the existence of Superman is like, is that a good thing?
Yeah, must there be a Superman?
Yeah, must there be a Superman? Yeah. There is, you know.
We just missed, you know, Jen Malone. I always love it, like, when you have your
Jen Malone, yeah.
Yeah, when you have your sort of your repertory of actors who like show up. It's always fun.
It is fun.
That always feel like a little family reunion whenever they like pop in for a day or two.
Yep. It's always good. Like Jen Malone's in the movie I'm just doing right now too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She does a great job. Always does a great job. This was fun to shoot in this real prison in Detroit, you know.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, these are the scenes that always were in the Ultimate Edition. It's just the meticulous, like, how much Lex has, you know, manipulated this entire thing. Like, what went into the? I mean, you know, when you talk about like Terrio and his, you know, bag of, you know, sticky notes and everything, like, what was the plotting like to like figure out like what was going to be the breadcrumbs along the way? Like,
yeah, I think we did, like, you know, there was a lot of dry erase work and a lot of conversations, you know, because it's a mystery too, right? Mm-hmm. And so, you know, we spent tons of time just trying to make sure that it was all there, you know, because I'm a big fan of all of it being there, you know, and you have to, if you're paying attention, you can figure it out, you know.
You don't like those ones where it's like you can't just like Deus Ex Machina at the end because it's like
that.
no, it's got to have been there all along the way.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's not cool. It's rude.
Like, that's not fair.
It's not fair. Or you can't present it that way. It has to just, if you're going to do that, then don't set it up like a mystery, you know.
Mm-hmm.
This was a little sad. This was back in the real prison again.
Okay.
It's Amon Green. He's a running back for the Packers. Used to be. He's in the Packer Hall of Fame.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm a Green Bay Packer fan. I was born in Green Bay.
Wisconsin, yeah.
Yeah, so. And Amon, you know, wanted to. He was the first guy who passes
the shiv.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, come be in the movie. He's good. He did a great job. He was really great. It's exciting.
There's Harry Lennox again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can't have too much Harry Lennox.
No.
Impossible. It's literally impossible. This is a great scene. I really love this scene.
Oh, it's.
And this was one of those Terrio scenes that I read and was like, this is amazing.
This had one of those, when you talk about memorable lines, you know, like, you have the balls, you belong in here.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
like, oh, thank you.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, with balls like that, you belong in here. Yeah, exactly.
And then this is also great because, you know, having these two, like, the relation, like, they have an arc, like, themselves throughout, like, the three movies as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I like their relationship, you know, that they weirdly trust each other, but they're like, you know, Lois is always pushing it, you know, and I think that's real. I think, you know, and it's same with Perry in a way, you know.
Well, it's the kind of the idea of like the figures who are like will call Lois out on her BS about like, no, this is on you.
Yeah, I think that's all reference also here to like, you know, what we're trying to do with Superman compared to what Superman was. You know, this speech right here about like it's not 1930, whatever it is, not 1939. Apples don't cost a nickel, you know what I mean, or whatever he says. But like, you know, the whole idea about like you can't can't just.
We can't go back. We can't go back there.
Yeah.
Right.
Jon Stewart, fun to have.
And was that all written, or was he just riffing?
That was written.
That was written.
That was written. But he did riff it a bit, you know. Yeah.
This shot coming up, going through the museum. It's just. Well, what was the thought, like the idea of like making this a oneer throughout this little part here?
Yeah, it was actually a longer shot. I just thought it was cool, you know. It's a kind of a way, like, because we knew we were going to have this it's a big Diana moment. I just thought it'd be cool to kind of not do a big dramatic introduction and let her sort of live with us, you know, as opposed to, you know, playing with editorial. Like, we got to actually play just with the camera and sort of, you're trying to like see her, and you know, it's like walking with them, you know, as opposed to being, you know, as opposed to like me forcing the point of view on you.
Oh yeah.
Except for now when Bruce comes in, this is also this is one of my favorite bits. These two together.
Oh, and it just continues. I mean,
yeah.
I'll be honest, as a fan of, you know, the animated series of these, the quote Wonderbat relationship has always been. I would say I appreciate seeing it represented in the film, because those two working together has always appealed to me.
Yeah. And you know, it's an interesting. In a lot of ways, you know, in some ways, I mean, I like it, but I also think in some ways, you know, it's one of those relationships that's like, it's destined to fail eventually, but it's fun. It's fun to
play with.
Yeah. I mean, like, when you really do the math on it, it's not going to work. It's not going to work, but it's fun.
It's like this look right here, where she's just like, "Oh, you're so cute. You think you know something."
Yeah, I know. It's just great. And by the way, this was the scene kind of we tested, in a way. It was a version of this that we tested with these two. Yeah, it was I think I watched it a little, like we were looking for it, you know. I wanted to watch it again, the audition, you know.
Oh yeah. I don't know if I've seen something like a screen test.
I don't think we ever put it out.
Maybe it was just one with the other. I don't know. You see so much.
I've talked about it a fair amount.
Okay.
I used to have that Alexander the Great in my in the gym.
Really?
That statue.
Inspiration?
Oh, you know. We had my Warner Brothers office. I had it in the corner.
Okay.
Yeah, it's made out of like styrofoam, so it doesn't break the floor or anything. So that's good news. I mean, otherwise it's marble. It'd be like, you know, whatever, thousands of pounds.
Oh, here we go.
Here it is. So this cut's cool in the theater, of course, right? If you're watching in IMAX.
Oh yeah.
Because the format change happens in the darkness, which is cool.
All right, and I remember that back in
Now,
2016.
A lot of people, it's funny because, like, you know, like this sequence on the old DVD, you know, is cropped.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's heavily cropped, so it's cool to see the whole thing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, because you know, DC fans, like when you see that Omega symbol in the ground, you're having a flipping conniption.
Yeah.
Because you're like, I know what that means.
Yeah. Yeah. So we were deep in it at this point. I mean, as far as, you know, Chris and I and where the movies were going and what we had in mind, we had it all figured out by now.
And I've heard interviews with Richard Citrone about like what it was like filming, you know, this sequence. So I mean,
this was literally the hardest thing I think Rich ever did, he said.
Yeah.
Like the hardest stunt sequence. Just because it was hot too.
And
he almost like passed out twice.
And wasn't he like coming off of another job, like something like The Night Before or something? Or
he might have been. I know he knew the choreography though, so he had to have practiced it a little bit. Those are the fire pits back there.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
So what was the idea of, because when you're watching the film, when that cut to black happens, and so the audience is like having a giant WTF moment, like was that something that you like secretly were just like he, like you were looking forward to like sort of unbalancing the audience like with what's going on in this entire sequence?
Yeah, like I want you to go like, yeah, really it's just a world building exercise of like what like where are we? But obviously, like this is a whole other reality that has yet to come, right?
Oh yeah.
And I think that the idea, if you have a little bit of even if you don't, but if you have a little bit of like what do you call it? DC knowledge, and you know that like, okay, this is clearly like some, elseworld version of Gotham or wherever we're headed. What would it take to get me here, right? Like what are the things that we would have to do, that would have to go wrong with the world for Bruce to be in that situation,
And then when parademons come flying in, you're like, oh, I see where this is going.
Yeah, so I love the idea of like, this small band of resistance fighters, like in the midst of this, basically what's left of humanity, you know what I mean? It's like it's pretty cool.
How much was this practical lot? Because obviously you've got all the the parademons floating in the background and like the fire pits in the sky. So was that all?
Well, we were in like a compound we built, that little compound, but yeah, that's all CG, everything except for like the guys are all in motion capture suits, except for the Superman soldiers. Yeah, they were all real. And some of the, his rebel army there was also, those guys were all real. And of course, this is like, Superman having succumbed to anti-life,
It's kind of funny because it's a nice little parallel from the scene that we just saw at the library. It's like now you're seeing these characters where they obviously, you go from first meeting them to there's some history and we have no idea what that history is right now.
It was cool. We had to build a special mask also to pull it off, where his hair didn't look crazy when it came off. So that was we were pretty proud of ourselves that he was able to pull the mask off, and you're like, oh, it looks great.
How many times did that take?
It took a few times, but it was fun. And then there's this craziness.
Oh yeah.
It's funny because we were talking about the probably, the reality of this is that, there was two opportunities in the timeline for him to find Bruce, and probably when you go through the real-time movie and you get to that point in history, in the reality of him about to jump back in time, he's going to say, like, what time, what should I, where should I get, like, I have these two windows. And then he should say, then Bruce is like, which one would you have gone to if I didn't say anything? And you go, I go to this one, and he would go to the other one.
Right.
Because you went to that one already.
Yeah, I've lived this one. It didn't turn out so well.
It doesn't work.
No.
You're too soon.
Too soon.
You miss it.
And because of that, like, when obviously that's already in this movie. So how much of you're shooting this movie, and like, was there a timeline, whiteboards, like at what point in the production of this movie have you been mapping out those future stories so that you can already have it in this?
Yeah, no, we had it. Yeah, by then we had it. I think we had it all mapped out. Pretty much to the whiteboard, a version of the whiteboard that was at AT&T headquarters was
Right.
A version of that existed.
Okay. So was it even like in pre-production of this movie, or like during production?
Yeah, it was I think it was in production, and then we had it all laid out during production, and maybe even in the writing, and then really in post we had it we locked it hard. We knew where we were going, and we just used it all as bricks to build the rest of that.
Okay.
Because you could see in Justice League, it's really. I mean, if you go look at that outline, it's pretty much you know exactly what the plan is.
Yeah. I always love the red behind him in this scene.
Cool.
It's like one of those. I'm just wink, wink. Like honestly, pay attention. Watch the movie. How's he feeling?
Exactly. This was a fun. Oh, okay. This was a fun scene too. These two are great together.
Did Jeremy and Ben just like? They look like they're having such a great time.
Well, they love doing their scenes together, so it was good. I think for Ben, it was like having Jeremy made him feel comfortable, because he knew Jeremy's so strong. You always play with. It's like playing tennis with someone who's really good. It makes you better.
Right.
That's always cool.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Jared drew that.
Oh, really? It's like this idea that you got some of the Gotham PD that like are all in on Batman, and then you got the other ones who are like, yeah, this isn't
working.
This isn't cool.
Yeah, I like it too. All right, listen, I think we're going to take a break. Thank you guys for listening to us rant about the movie. Appreciate it. That was fun.
Thank you.
And like that, we'll be back in a few minutes for a little more discussion. So in the meantime, keep watching and be ready for the Q&A at the end, back in the theater, but I'll be back one more time. And in the meantime, we're going to put up the where to donate for AFSP. I think it's coming up right now. Hey guys, we're back. And I'm here with.
My name is Rebecca Johnson. I'm one of the co-hosts of a podcast called Supergirl Radio. So I talk about Kryptonians quite a bit. And this audience is probably watching this might know me better from a YouTube channel that I have where I talk about Batman v Superman quite a bit. I've done nearly 40 live streams about the critical reception of Batman v Superman, where I read through the top critics of Rotten Tomatoes verbatim to find out why they thought the way they did, because I disagreed with it vehemently. So I talk about BVS. It's one of my favorite films, so I'm really honored to be here.
Literally, probably you are, I would say, like a scholar of this movie, probably more than anyone else. So if there's anything you want to teach me about it, I'm happy to learn. Because I've watched a bunch of your analyses, that's a weird.
I might have blacked out just a little bit to know that you
and I'm always like, it's cool. It's actually cool. Even the format is really interesting because the way you, because a lot of times I feel like, and I'm sure it's been your experience that with this movie especially, and them not really, a lot of the sort of criticisms of the movie were written also off of the theatrical version of the movie.
Right.
And we all have the benefit of seeing both versions, but not that the theatrical version is like, it's not insanely different.
Right.
But there are a lot of things, in the sort of special edition or director's cut, whatever you want to call it,
Right.
of the movie that kind of, what I like about it is it vindicates a lot of like what you would say about the theatrical, where like if you intuitively thought, oh, well, this makes sense because of this and this.
Right.
And someone might say, well, that's not in the movie. And then when the director's cut came out, you're like, well, it actually,
That answers
there it
that,
is.
yeah.
There it is. I thought that was what happened, and it actually did. So that's cool. But anyway, so I've been very, it's been a great honor and pleasure to watch you dissect those things. 'Cause
Well,
it's really
it's an honor and
cool.
pleasure to do it. So.
Yeah, well, thank you. This scene especially, where right now, I don't know where you guys are at home, but Superman just left the Capitol, and Lois is watching him fly up. So if you know where that is, you can kind of, Alfred's chopping wood.
So I had a question for you
Yep.
about the Capitol bombing, because we're at the tail end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you go through the history of like the rotunda and the Capitol building? Because what gets destroyed in there is the history of America. There's paintings in the rotunda, all that's destroyed. It's even the place where legislation happens. And there's the freedom statue is on
Yeah.
top of it. So
Yeah.
I think that says a lot.
It was it was, when we talked about it, Chris and I talked about this concept of blowing up the Capitol. It was, we knew, we really wanted to have it be iconographic, and clearly Lex has that same, we were trying to think like Lex about what kind of damage, irreversible damage you do to America and or the persona of Superman by destroying these things that you couldn't replace.
Truth,
right?
justice, and the American way.
Exactly. How could we bring that down in one cut? And that was kind of the game we were playing with that, with the exact sort of what got destroyed in the Capitol. Because, it's also, you can go, there's a lot of stuff in Washington that you could blow up that would have different significance, but, it was that we felt we really, and then once we had sort of more specific plans, like where we actually, because you can say that, but then like you get like, oh, a little model, and you start to
Right.
talk about like, oh yeah, this would be cool. This is going to look good, actually, in a movie, more than just theoretically talking about like, oh cool, we'll blow up the Capitol, but like, okay, well, what, where, so that's also part of the fun of making a movie, is that you get to do draw-overs and go like, oh yeah, that would be cool to blow that up, and Statue of Freedom, and just see it all.
And it ties back to Lex Luthor's The Oldest Lie in America.
Yes.
The power can be innocent.
Yes, but that's really the exact concept of that. Well, he says it right before this whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Very intentionally. And Superman is with the Washington Monument there.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. And this was this scene in particular, which is it's a straightforward moment, but it's really an important moment. Because really, Superman at this moment has sort of lost his, like, not even Lois can bring him back,
Right.
It's like, I'm doing worse. I'm the problem, right? Which is really, it's hard to get Superman there because of how powerful he is.
Right.
And again, it's like one of those things where you always talk about, like, the idea that, that people, the idea of Superman being framed for this kind of horrible event, a lot of people don't like it because they think it's like, I remember when we were grappling with the MPAA on getting the PG-13 for this movie, one of the things they said is like, we just don't like Batman and Superman fighting each other. We think that's a not cool thing to do. So we don't.
Even if it is
things PG-13
up at the end.
We don't think it's PG-13. Yeah, exactly. We don't think it's a PG-13 idea. It's like not cool. But I always found that it really made me go like, wow, we're really like, we're really messing around with, these icons that people really value in a way. And I'm a fan. So it's not like I'm not trying to destroy Batman and Superman. I'm trying to do the opposite. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get them through their growth period so they can become the heroes that they need to become. You can't just start with them there, and that's boring.
I think this film is actually very reverent to Superman and does a lot for Batman. And there's a growth and a character arc and journey there that I think you did really well.
It's funny because, I have been accused of not liking Superman,
Which is crazy to me.
It's crazy to me too,
yeah.
Because like literally, he's the top. No one, I would never argue that he's not the tip of the spear of the Trinity, right? Like, it's Superman. Like, it's not, it's not Batman, it's Superman. It has to be. And it's just, I don't know. I always wonder about that, like, why?
Well, and speaking of which, we just saw Lex Luthor with the Kryptonian ship.
Right.
So what was it like to build all that out? You had to add water, and Jesse had to go into it.
It was fun. It was fun to do it again, like go back and build the Genesis chamber and fill it with like the Uzi. Because like, the last time we were there, it was kind of not in that, it wasn't as rough, right? Because it, it was, the last time we were there was Superman, and Jor-El, I think. It was Jor-El. Yeah, it was Jor-El and Zod. Yeah, were there last time they were there. And then when it crashed, it kind of broke apart when the ship crashed. And so it was cool to go there and see this. It's always fun to go back to a set that you had before, and now it's like kind of just broken, but it's like, oh, clearly it still exists, and it still does its job of creation, I guess. And it was fun. And Jesse had to wade down into the water. He didn't like that, but it was fun. It was fun to do.
I personally like that you've added to the mythology of Superman and the Kryptonian culture. So I think that's really cool to see.
Yeah, it's always fun to, even in being on Earth and sort of like we're sort of done with the Kryptonians and whatever, but it's always fun. Like, you go back in the scout ship and you show a little something else, and like, that's fun. I was like these shots of, and this video of Gal when she like goes to that he has from the ATM.
That's a big moment for him
ATM footage,
when he comes up to the picture from 1918.
Yeah.
What does that do for a man who doesn't understand that there are immortal beings?
Yeah.
So how do you shoot some of that stuff? Is that
we
like
shot
handheld?
That was fun. That stuff, like, we did like, oh, look, see, and this is the this is the Wonder Woman shot. It's so funny because I have it, I'm used to the other one I have in my office.
Yeah.
So it's funny to see, but it's cool. it really links the worlds in a nice way, you know, to like the original Wonder Woman movie, or to Patty's movie.
Right.
It's cool. And of course we were there for that photo shoot.
Right.
You know, I think I'm in the background, out of focus. And then this Zod, that we built this Zod. He's not real, right? It's not.
But was he modeled after Michael Shannon?
It was modeled
Okay.
after Shannon's, and it looked scary in real life when he was laying there.
Uncanny Valley.
We
Yeah.
kept waiting for him to like open his eyes and like grab us or something, you know, like just because I was like, is he fucking with us? Is he really sleeping? But yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, it was good. It was really creepy. Of course, Shannon has a slightly different body, you know.
So how is Jesse? I'm curious about the effects
He had a little
of cutting
sponge.
his.
He had a
okay.
little sponge in his hand. So he did that, and then he had a little sponge that he could squeeze, and that made the blood.
And he can hide it
yeah,
in his
yeah,
palm.
he could hide
Okay.
it. His little, teeny little sponge. Yeah, this was fun.
And how long were you kind of developing this idea of Doomsday? Was it always through the Genesis Chamber?
Yeah, I mean, it was, you know, it's slightly problematic, you know, to figure out how to get Doomsday into the movie. But like, yeah, once we started to talk about it, and we had the Genesis Chamber, and, you know, we had the technology, and we knew that, you know, Doomsday is a sort of, you know, basically like a Kryptonian like experiment gone wrong.
Yes.
You know, that felt to me like it was an easy, it made sense. If you look at Man of Steel, you know, there's an image of the moon, I think it's I know, what's the name of the moon? I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it's cracked, you know, and in mythology, the other Doomsday broke the moon, you know.
Right.
And so I felt it was cool to like, you know, say that Doomsday exists,
Right.
you know, in that mythology, so it's cool. And then there's that homage to Watchmen a little bit there, the burning of the effigy of Superman. We did that in Watchmen too. We burned an effigy of that sort of had a Superman quality to it that I thought was cool.
I've always appreciated your Daily Planet because I worked in TV news for 2 years,
It felt
and
real.
that's what a newsroom looks like. It's messy, unorganized. So I really appreciate your being authentic to what a newsroom is like.
Yeah, it was fun to build. And then we shot this was in New Mexico. When we were shooting we shot that sequence at the beginning of the movie, and then we went just up, you know, to the north and shot this at that ski resort.
So what is it like when you have to work in that environment, those elements with this? I assume the snow
Fun,
was,
you know, in the cold and whatever, and everyone's got to like, you know, putting the camera in the snow and having to put it on the, you know, get it up on the chair lifts up to like the top of the mountain and all that. Yeah, I like shooting on location. This was on the we had this set built outside, this big, you know, the big heliport, and we used it for this. A real helicopter could land on it, so that's what we were. When Lois lands there, that's the same set.
Is there a metaphor for Lex being on the skyscrapers
100%.
and wanting
like,
to be
looking
higher
down,
than everyone
yeah,
else?
Of course,
Yeah.
ego, all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also love your Lois Lane with Amy Adams because she doesn't just say she's a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist. She's actually investigating and doing things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love this added scene to the Ultimate Edition.
Where she realizes that he went shopping, so he couldn't have done that. He wouldn't have done that, right?
And she also knows the police officer, which I think is a nice touch.
Right. Yeah. Because clearly she's done this before.
Hints at a history that she has, relationship that she has with the local police.
Yeah, we'd always make a ton of jokes around that. She was making a ton of jokes around that. Like, I'm like, you know the cop. And she's like, oh, do I? And I'd be like, no, it's not like that. Or is it? I don't know. That's another Vanderoe, like Mies Vanderoe building in.
Who's responsible for like the Daily Planet sign and doing all of that?
Well, of course, like, you know, Patrick Skies and, you know, in the art department, we had to build. I guess we had done it on movie one. We designed the logo
for
the Daily Planet, and a lot of that work was really quite interesting in that, you know, that was taken a lot from like the comic books. We had to like say, okay, how did they do it before? What did the logos look like? What are real mastheads for newspapers look like?
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
like doing that whole experiment is really fun. It's fun to actually look at like all the different, you know, whether it be like whatever, the New York Times or the LA Times and like, you know, the Daily Planet and have it be iconographic and all that. Yeah, I always loved that. That's like one of my favorite things to do. And then we got Costner out for this day.
So was this on location or is this?
That was on location on
okay.
top of the mountain. Yeah, we actually, they had to hump up there and shoot it. And that was in New Mexico. Same day we did that other shot.
Right. Is there a concern when you do that for like elevation?
It was, and
that
this
kind
was
of thing?
really high, and everyone was getting like altitude sickness, and
Oh my
these
gosh.
two guys were fine, but like I think we lost our makeup artist. She went down, and a couple other people went down to altitude sickness, and we kind of were like, there was like a handful of us still like standing up there at the top of the hill when we shot this. But it was cool, and Kevin, of course, and Henry were like fine. They were like, oh, this is great.
And is there some symbolism to the cairn that he's building?
Yeah, you know, Karen's, you know, those traditionally, it's a way like, you know, you would, in the mountains, you would build a pile of rocks as a marker, as a trail marker. And like the idea for me was that like he's trying to show his son the way, right? Like, and by piling these rocks, you give a goal, you give a way forward, you know, like, it's a waypoint on the journey, you know, like that was the.
And that fits in with the dialogue.
Yeah.
Because by the end of the scene, Clark, you know, comes to a realization, I think.
Yeah, I think he does. I think it's like, this is what brings him back. Mm-hmm. You know.
So is, in your perspective, is Jonathan Kent like a ghost, a hallucination?
I think in my mind, he's a conversation that Clark is having with himself. Like he's coming. Is Jonathan Kent actually there? I don't know. I don't. That's a fun thing to play with in your mind, but
Yeah.
certainly. And then it's awesome that I think that this scene is happening in basically, you know, at the same time as that scene. You know, this is a conversation about like, I'm older now than my father will ever be, you know, than my father ever was, you know. It's like this. Them, you know, both sort of realizing who they are. Except for I think that Ben's character is like, where I feel like Superman has kind of found a little bit more clarity. He's gone deeper into his whatever it is, his anxiety about like what he is, you know, and really kind of he's single-minded about like there's only one thing to do. You know?
Yeah. And I like that they both talk about their fathers, but then in the end, it's their mothers that also bring them together.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. I think that's like that's the reality. Like, you know, the mothers is the thing that's real.
Yeah.
You know,
And this was a real diner, or did you build this?
it's a real diner in Detroit that we thought was.
And I'm curious about all the CNN personalities.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
We you know, having Dana Bash and all those. Yeah, we just we asked them if they wanted to do it, and they were all like into it. So yeah, I wasn't sure if they would like it, you know, but it really gives like, I think it really, to me, the commentary by this group, the group of reporters and personalities that we have in the movie, really is meant to kind of ground it, you know, or sort of contextualize it, I guess, with the way that media and sort of society would have viewed events of this stage. See, like, I love this bit right here where he paces off, because like I like this idea that, you know, like, how much of the plan does Batman have? Well, he has a lot of the plan.
Oh yeah.
Like he's pacing it off, and he puts the kryptonite spear in the ground right there.
Very precisely.
Very precisely.
Yeah.
It's not like that shows you, like, to me it shows that like he's the journey there, the only way he could beat Superman, the only way beat him, taking advantage, would be if he had it that cleanly planned.
Right.
If you would say that he was making it up as he went along, then I would say it's not going to work.
Yeah.
It's not going to work. If I have a hope that one day, maybe I can stab him with the kryptonite spear, that's not going to work. There's no chance. And I think that was really fun. In my mind, it was really fun to design it so that I knew that he knew, that was the way through.
And with the pacing, you show the close-ups of the feet. I noticed there's a motif that runs through the film of showing different people's feet and them walking. And was that intentional, or that just happened?
Yeah, I always felt like there's the idea of, especially in that scene, and also those particular shoes, those feet armored.
They have spikes on the
on the bottom of them. You really understand the intent and what he's about. And I think that a lot of those shots that I do in this movie sort of show the intent of the person, what they're planning. Whether it be you're at a dinner party or whether you're at a murder. You have different. Your footwear betrays that in some way. Yeah, that was that set. So this is a big green screen set.
Right.
But the helicopter pad's real, and the helicopter's real.
I love that you also.
Amy doesn't like helicopters. So.
That's interesting because Lois Lane is often associated with helicopters.
Yeah, she's always getting out of helicopters in remote areas. She didn't like it, but she was she goes for the character.
Yeah, her first reveal in Man of Steel is coming out of a helicopter.
And then we had to fly her up, to the glacier.
Oh, right.
For that scene where we find her on the glacier.
Yeah.
And so we had to fly her up there, and she didn't like it. Though she had a great seat. She kept saying wow, this is beautiful, Try to distract her and be like, look at those clouds, look at that. So it was fun. Yeah. And then we had to put her down on that iceberg. And then, she did not.
It's probably pretty cool.
She did not like that. It was really cool. I thought it was great, but she did not like it.
And were there conversations? I'm always curious about that because I think this film really captures the combativeness of Lois Lane and Lex Luthor in the mythology of Superman. They're usually at odds.
Yeah. 100%.
And were there conversations about how that dynamic would unfold in the scene?
Yeah, 100%. And Chris and I and Chris and the actors had a really great dialogue about what the meaning of all of this was and and the progression and the beats and how they moved forward in the scene and how one would lose the upper hand and one would gain the upper hand and how, is she protective of Superman or is she protective of herself? Is she protective of society? All those things that, and of course in the end, it's everyone always asks me for this scene, right? The looking for Martha scene, where I think I've talked about it, where we photographed him flying up, or, he didn't fly up, but he on stage, sort of after this bit where he's trying to find.
Listening for
her, but he just hears the screams of all the murders and everything that's happening in the city. And so can't really quite pin it down, but it's kind of that happens right after this, I guess.
I have to tell you, from a fan perspective, fans love this rooftop scene between Superman and Lex.
This was my favorite, one of my favorite. And the drawings of this are really this scene is I drew it exactly as it's shot.
And I love how you have Superman with the high ground at the beginning, but at the end, he's kneeling.
Yeah.
Lex has him kneeled.
He's got him, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, this great, it's funny that the two of them, Batman and Lex, both are precise with their planning with Superman. They have to be.
Yeah.
And that's how you know that they have a chance. Because I think that whenever we would talk about it, I'd say, listen, if the plan isn't perfectly executed with Superman, he'll just rip your arms out of your sockets. And you know what I mean? He's not going to mess around.
Right.
You can't be, if one of your pieces doesn't work, you're out.
That's
You're done.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that and I had shot all these pictures of Diane, the pictures of.
Oh, I was wondering about that.
Yeah, they're on. I shot them with my phone.
Oh, so it wasn't a Polaroid. It wasn't actually Polaroid film?
No, I shot them with my phone, and then I manipulated them, and then we put them in the Polaroids, so I could get them, and I gave them that little bit of it.
Is it your handwriting on the Polaroids?
It was in my storyboards. I did it that way, and then someone was copying my handwriting to do it on the day, but it's very, very close to my handwriting.
Same thing with the Polaroids that Clark gets at the Daily Planet?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a slight copy of my, but this is just like, these, and also the photos are really like upsetting, in a lot of ways. Because these kind of like kidnapping photos, like look at how scary they are.
I know. Some of them are out of focus.
Yeah. It's really, I was like shaking the camera and like.
So one of the criticisms that I encountered a lot in those reviews, you won't believe this, I didn't believe it, but a lot of film critics complained that there were scenes set at night. And which I think is a strange criticism.
And that was bad because?
That's my question. So I guess I was curious about your film philosophy of storytelling. Are there reasons why you would want to shoot have a scene set at night versus the daytime? Is that dictated by the script? Or do you think about it in terms of the visuals?
Well, in the case of this movie, the two villains, apparent villains, or apparent adversaries to Superman.
Doomsday and Batman, or Lex?
Doomsday, Batman, and Lex.
Right.
Well, three should all be manipulating him at night because they're creatures of the night. He's a creature of the day. So the son of sun would be at his weakest, even like metaphorically at his weakest at night. So it's
because
obvious,
there's no sun.
Because there's no sun, even though that he's still powerful and it doesn't work exactly like that. But to some, you could make an argument.
Right.
And so for me, it was like, important that when he was at he's in their world, he's in their realm, right? Like he's in Batman's a creature of the night, right? Like he's not going to lure you into a trap in the daytime. That doesn't make any sense.
It's his home turf.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why would he do that? So that was the why of it. And you would never, it would be difficult to make an iconographic trap for Superman in the daytime by Batman. That makes no sense.
Yeah, why would Batman be in the daylight? Yeah.
Batman doesn't really come out in the day that much. His costume doesn't look as cool in the daytime.
True. And I guess during the fight, there's rain, there's thunderstorms,
lightning. Yeah.
Right.
You have all this stuff happening.
Does that add to Batman's anger and?
Yeah, 100%. Like every crack of lightning is a crack of anger. Is a bolt of anger. This is Diana seeing that the scout ship. Something's happening at the scout ship. That's problematic.
And I think some criticism also was that Superman doubts himself in this film. So I guess my question is, what would you say to that?
I would say that Superman does doubt himself in the film, and Superman, we all doubt ourselves from time to time, and to have Superman not doubt himself in the face of the what happened in the Capitol, what humanity has kind of put on him as far as you're the problem. Of course he's going to doubt himself, and of course it makes him more relatable, and of course it makes his journey and then his arc, his final sort of the completion of his journey more profound. If at one point he has self-doubt, right? Like if he's always zero self, there's no, what kind of an interesting character doesn't have like a ups and downs or like, you know, highs and lows. Like that doesn't make for a very interesting.
I like that it makes him more human. He grew up among humans. He would have some of those.
Of course,
those
his
feelings.
trauma is based on whether or not he has relevance in the world. And I think, and now this is our sort of introduction to all the Justice League members.
What goes behind the creation of the screens and what words go on the screen?
Yeah, on this movie we had a great graphics department, and we worked with them quite a bit to kind of determine like how we would use the graphics, and there's a lot of great and awesome professionals that, you know, create the symbols, and we go back and forth and try and figure out how we're going to work them, stuff like that. You know what I mean? And then we end up with, you know, like those icons across, and the kind of, it's a little bit in the Batman sort of graphic design.
Right.
Because it comes from Batman, so we look at what Batman we did with the Batman's sort of computer aesthetic, and then we bring that to this sort of little graphics package that she gets there. See?
I mean, I love the attention to detail. It's like you can see where the file is located.
Yeah,
you know, it
exactly.
has the
Yeah,
location of.
that was fun. And then this was fun to recreate when we did Justice League. We had to go back and do this again for the scene where he creates where we see him. Yeah. And I think we had done this bit on stage where Silas is doing his, you know, has his little, and there he has the mother box on the table. So at that point we knew there was mother boxes, and we knew there was, you know, how this would happen.
Was there any improvisation that went with the scene, or was it all like
It was
pretty much
well
the script?
planned, but I feel like what he was doing was slightly improvisational about like frustration and all
Right.
that stuff. Kind of played around with that.
So I have a question because of this scene where Perry grants Lois the use of the helicopter.
Yep.
In your mind, I guess you can leave it open-ended if you want to, but do you think Perry White knows that Clark is Superman?
I know that I don't know that he does. I don't think he does exactly. He knows there's shenanigans going on, something's weird. I like to think that he would not be surprised, but I don't know that he has it 100% together. I think that scene's more about the faith he has in Lois.
Right. He knows Lois needs it, and she wouldn't request it unless she
Yes.
needed it.
And in the end, I'll do it. Yeah. And now look, we're back. Now we're in the IMAX.
Right, the aspect, yeah.
Aspect ratio.
So when you go into creating like the gladiator fight between these two, where do you start? What's the starting process?
I started with like the basic notion of like what is the beginning, middle, and end? Where are we going? Like knowing that we're supposed to end up at that spear eventually.
Oh yeah.
You kind of know the route that you have to take, and then we work with the stunt team and everything with Damon to figure out what we would do Some of these things were like, stolen from Dark Knight Returns, as far as like stolen, homaged.
Yes.
To sort of set it mythologically in the comic book world. His suit, for instance, of course, this armored suit is very particular. But this was fun too, because if you look, like, you see through him, he grabbed him by the suit, and if you look from now on, there's like this.
There's a hand.
Piece of hand
yeah.
print, like see where he grabbed him right there.
I love that you made Superman so powerful in this scene. Like, he grabs those manhole covers and throws them like they're nothing.
Like they're nothing.
Yeah.
Well, it really gives you a taste of like what he's up against. Like, he's playing with him at this point. He could kill him at any moment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's really him like, why are you fighting me? Like, don't do this. This is like a mistake. Like, it's not like, what are you doing?
I love the fact that he throws him into the bat signal.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool. I like that too.
So are you just like
iconographic.
pitching out ideas
Yeah, no,
of
these are
like
just
what they
things
would
that
do?
that I wanted. Yeah, I was like, oh, you should throw him into the bat signal. Almost like, you know. And then like, you know, again, like that's the grenade has got lead. Like I don't spell it out, but if you
It's foreshadowed, yeah.
yeah, it's foreshadowed
Yeah.
in the making of the thing.
Right.
Yeah. Well, anyway, good. You know. People have always said like, oh, well, like why can't he see him? I'm like, well, there's lead in the grenade, and they're like, well, but how do you know there's lead in it? And I'm like, well, you know, if you look, there's lead in it.
It has it on the periodic table.
Yeah, it's a periodic table. Yeah. And then of course the kryptonite kind of gas, you know, is the thing. Oh. He's like, yep. So it's all working. The plan now, right? Is like it's all as you know.
Could you talk about the glowing eyes in this armored
Batman?
suit?
Yeah. I loved. We played around with it at the beginning, you know, like, and I just really the glowing eyes for me was like this beautiful. Like it really makes him. It gives that level of sort of demonic quality.
Yeah, he's scary. Yeah.
That really takes it to another, to him to another level, you know.
In your justification of it, is it like night vision?
Yeah, I
Is it-
thought it was some sort of like way of seeing, you know, like he's able to protect his eyes, but still have perception of his environment, you know, some sort of technology. This is when Superman's starting to get his
his mojo back. I like that the fight is very balanced. Sometimes Superman is
Yeah.
one-upping him, and Batman.
I like this
is-
shot because
yeah.
he has also Superman has the curl.
Oh yes,
The curl comes in.
yes.
And I was really adamant about having that scene in particular, like when he's sort of at his, you know, when he gets his power back briefly, he has the curl.
Well, yeah. There's the big handprint.
Oh yeah, you can see it there really
Yeah. And I like this moment because Batman looks kind of scared.
well. He's scared.
Yeah.
I would say that's the one, he didn't have 100%, he wasn't 100% sure how long the kryptonite would last, right? And I think that's probably the one moment where he was a little bit like unsure whether or not, he could get his shit together to like finish the job. This is like this moment here where like loading. I think I did that. That's my hands unloading the gun.
Ah.
Like that's me.
Now, is that done because you wanted to insert yourself into it, or
No.
was it just a pickup you needed somebody to do
I
it?
just am faster at it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's not. These guys obviously Ben could do it. Anyone could do it. But it's just like, you know, I'm like this. It should go like this and like this. And you know, making a movie is, you know, you got to hustle.
Yeah.
And those are the kind of shots that can take forever.
Right.
If you're not, you know, if you have to like show someone exactly how to do it, it's just easier. You know, I always just find it easier.
This
is always
isn't
fun. Yeah.
quite the kitchen sink. Is it
Yeah.
the bathroom sink?
Yeah, it's a bathroom.
Yeah.
Sink. Throw the bathroom sink.
It's
in.
pretty close.
Ouch. That's cool. Also, like this kind of Phantom of the Opera thing that he has here. This is painful too. Look at this. That also just shows how strong Batman is. I mean, you could pick someone up like that. It's hard. I mean, not nearly as strong as Superman. Too.
Yeah.
Who watches The Watchmen?
Yep, yep.
It was there. I don't know about the contrast on this TV. You couldn't really see it, but it's definitely there.
That's a good thought about the kryptonite, because that would have been one thing that he couldn't calculate in his preparation.
Correct.
He couldn't test it.
He doesn't know how
Right.
long it lasts, right? Yeah. I think he thought it was longer.
Ooh.
But that's why he hit him with the second. He had the
Yeah,
backup.
yeah.
He had the backup round.
Now, for this, what did it take when Batman is literally swinging Superman around? What kind of stunt?
Well, also
that?
when we scouted, I saw this pile of radiators. That's where I got that idea for the pile of radiators. It wasn't there, but it was in another location that we scouted. where they just had this giant pile of radiators, and I was like, oh, it's so cool. That's what he'll land on.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a soft thing. It's all these, but we were able to make a soft thing out of it. But yeah, so this we did with, we did some stunt viz, but then we ended up it being CG, you know,
Oh, yeah.
because it just was easier. And then he came into this, and then
Yeah.
we did a like digi-double takeover to get him into that like final position. Yeah, really fun.
And the costume design
Boom.
of having Batman's cowl sort of half on, half destroyed.
Again, like it allows his humanity
Right.
to like come through, right? That was the idea that I wanted to say, like, okay, we have to break the mask in order to like get him to be able to make the connection, right?
Was that something you had in your storyboards, or?
Yeah, I think in the drawings I did some sketches where I was like, oh, it'd be cool, like if it like looked like Phantom of the Opera kind
Cool.
of. Not, but you know, has a little bit of that vibe. And then this is that very controversial Martha moment. Ow. Yeah, I always like that, cutting his face with the spear, like scratching him, just so the audience understands, like, okay, he could stab him with that thing.
Yeah. Well, and I also like it. There's a lot of Christian imagery in this
course,
film,
yeah.
and that's sort of like the using the spear,
100%
the
for
crucifixion.
the spear of destiny.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I made a spear. You could make any weapon.
Yeah.
I could have made a kryptonite bullet, I guess, or like a kryptonite dagger, kryptonite boomerang. I don't know. That
So you had that all in mind before you
yeah,
created what the weapon was.
I have
Okay.
a bunch of like, yeah. I feel like the sort of the Jesus allegory is very strong in this movie. You know, the sort of trials of Christ also as a relationship is interesting, because there's no other way really to think about Superman. I mean, there are. That's an easy iconographic way to understand his relationship to humanity.
Right.
You know, I think.
It's basically the Passion of the Christ. He goes and stands in front of the
Yeah.
Senate and.
And then also when he, you know, when they lower him off when he's dead, you know, I took that, I think it's Caravaggio or
The
something.
descent from the cross?
Yeah, Descent from the Cross, yeah. That's 100%. You know, was it, you know, we tried to reference it, you know. And even the, you know, Pieta with her.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Very, pretty straightforward. It's not like, oh, what's he trying to do here, I wonder. But it's funny, you know, like you probably know, I don't know. That's the kind of thing that no one ever talks about. Like not, I mean, like from a critic standpoint, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No one ever talks about that stuff.
Right.
You know, they talk about like, why were they fighting at night?
Yeah,
You know, like,
it's
like-
crazy.
That's what I think is crazy. You know, I'm like, I don't know if because honestly, I just don't know if they think that we don't do any of that, or like that we don't think about it in that way.
Right.
Like I can't tell. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's the thing you ask them, like, hey, did you understand this part of the movie? Or you were just mad that it was at night?
Right,
Like, I don't
right.
know, like what,
Yeah. Well, this film in particular, you created so many layers for the storytelling and the characters, and I think you have to want to make an effort to dig a little deeper.
yes, and I think that probably is what, you know, caused the movie to be so polarizing, was that I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like a lot of guys or a lot of people went into the movie sort of going like, oh, it's a superhero romp.
Right.
Let's have fun with it.
Right.
You know, and we gave them like this sort of hardcore deconstructivist, like heavily layered, like experiential, like superhero, modern mythological superhero movie that needs you really to pay attention to it, and that was not cool. That's
Yeah.
not a thing anyone wanted to do.
You have to think about philosophy and theology and
Yeah, and they were like, what? No, it's exhausting. How about, why did they fight at night? I hate that. But, all right, listen. Well, we're gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna meet you guys in the Q&A. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for
What a
doing
pleasure
this.
being with
Yeah.
the scholar of BVS, and like that. And I'll see you guys at the Q&A, and don't forget to donate. So thank you.
Thank you.
So.
like the movie? I know you've seen it before, so I'm glad you liked it in this amazing theater at Art Center. We're so happy that the students here and also filmmakers have a great place to display their work. So thank you for everyone who supported our initiative in getting this theater made. And we're so thankful for our hosts here at Art Center and for you guys who are here and for everyone on VERO watching us. And we have a big reveal tonight. This is the Trinity, and Weta made this amazing Trinity sculpture, and it's going to be going for sale now. And 10% of the purchases of this weekend will be donated to AFSP. So if you would like to pre-order this, you can go to wetaworkshop.com /shop. So thank you. We're really excited about this. /shop. And without further ado, we're going to introduce the panel and get ready to do this. Okay, here.
Switch mics. Take that one.
All right.
All right. Okay, go ahead. Am I going? Introducing everybody? Yeah, I guess. No, I'm not. Who's it? All right. Yeah, here you go.
Yeah, if you need me to. Hey, everybody. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. My name is Sean O'Connell. I'm the managing editor at Cinema Blend, and I'm so delighted to be hosting this panel tonight. Starting with, we're going to introduce everybody who's here tonight, starting with Zack Snyder, filmmaker, director of Batman and Superman. We also have, I'm making sure that he's here, Damon Caro is joining us. Damon's here.
Damon.
Damon is joining us as well. We have DJ DesJardin is joining us as well too. DJ just got in time for this. And finally, we have Patrick Tatopoulos joining us for the Q&A. Give it up for Patrick, please. He's Larry Fong today. Yes. DJ's going to play the part of Larry Fong tonight.
Yeah, Larry's not feeling well. Larry was going to come. So let's all send out a vibe to Larry to get better. My mic feels like... Can you guys hear me? Am I speaking through it? Can you guys hear me back there?
Show of hands in the back.
All right, good.
All right.
I know I don't really need a mic, but it's fine.
We want to thank everybody, of course,
Anyway,
who
that's
is
cool.
here live for the Q&A, and of course, everybody who is online via VERO. Thank you for tuning in. I want to start with an easy one. Zach, is it true that you discovered all of these guys through a hummus commercial?
No, they were not that. It could have been, but it wasn't. It was, I discovered them through, well, Damon I've known forever. So Damon, I think I discovered him through our mutual friend, Kurt Johnstad, who, you know, is one of my writing partners I write with all the time. They were buddies, and he came by, I mean, literally in like 1992, I think it was, or 93, or sometime, wasn't it, 92? Yeah, so
You were
I
doing
was
a Super
6.
Bowl spot.
Yeah, Super Bowl spot for Budweiser, right? Yeah, so yeah, a long time ago. Who knows what Olympics it was? It was like the first Olympics. So yeah, so that's when I met Damon. And then DJ I met, because of course we worked on what he came in to say like, hey, what the fuck are you doing with this Watchmen thing? Like, what is that? You're going to fuck it up, I'm sure. And I was like, no, I'm going to try not to. And he's like, all right, we'll see. I'll do your movie. It wasn't he wasn't that crusty, but it was cool. It was like, but then he ended up like, of course, being amazing, and we became amazing friends, and he's done everything with me since then. And then Patrick, of course, is the genius production designer.
Give it up.
Who came in to do this movie and then stayed through Justice League, you know, like, so, you know, great to have him. So thanks for coming out.
Incredible panel.
No hummus commercial, though that is a great origin story as well.
Damon, I would like to start with you. You are famously known, of course, for designing the warehouse fight scene, which I think everybody in this room would agree is without question the best Batman sequence of all time. I want to get your opinion on why you think that scene continues to resonate with audiences to this day.
Well, I would say that I'm a fan. There's a part inside me that I'm just an 8-year-old kid still, and thank God I found a career where I could continue to keep that side alive. Right. And that's just the way I always wanted to see Batman move, and obviously had this gentleman to go, yeah, let's go nuts
Yeah,
here.
thanks God you had the skill set to then make that happen. That's like a nice perfect storm of, because there's one thing if someone's like, oh, it's cool, I'd love to see Batman fight in a cool way, but like Damon knows how to do that, so that's a good. That's good.
Thank you, and an amazing team we have. Obviously, I keep a lot of talented people around me that share the same passions, and likewise, Zach's leading from the front always. So, it's just pure passion is what it was created out of, and it's really flattering and humbling to see how people receive it to this day.
There's something I want to follow up with you on because I saw this on Screen Rant that you, and I didn't know this until today, you play Joe Chill also in the beginning of the movie. You're the one who kills Martha. So in a way, you get to kill Martha and then
Guilty as
eventually
charged, sorry.
save Martha.
It is
that
odd.
parallel intentional? Zach, did you do? Is that some meta thing that you did for him?
No, but it's cool. Because I just was like, I like Damon in the movies. I just like him in the movies. He's really actually a good actor, and he's always very humble. But like, I just like putting him in the movies. So I was like, oh, you should be Joe Chill. You should kill the Waynes. And he was like, all right, okay, I guess if I must. It was it's freezing. It was so cold. But and it did a great job.
Was that Chicago?
It was Chicago, and it was the coldest time I've ever. It was so cold.
Yeah, everyone behind camera literally had, you could see maybe their eyes.
Yeah,
They
we were
had
on an
giant
Arctic
parkas.
expedition, and they were just like normal people. Like, and he was like in a leather jacket.
Well worth it, but it was a chilly evening in
And then
Windy City.
All the cameras fucked up, so it was like that's how cold it was.
The warehouse used to be called the Martha Rescue, wasn't it? When you guys were working on it?
Yeah, that's what in prep, that's just what we coined it. We'll
Right.
give scene sequences just nicknames to understand what we're working on, et cetera. But yeah, Martha Rescue was the.
That's one of the first things you guys shot, wasn't it?
It literally was, I think, the very first thing. And like we had this thing of starting movies with an action sequence. Like when we did Watchmen, we started with the comedian fight. Comedian fights Ozymandias in his apartment, and so it was funny because production was always like, "Don't do that. You guys are going to get so far behind on that." And we were like, "No, we know what we're doing. We're not going to. Don't worry, we're okay." But it was always good for all of us to get up to speed with something like that because it's complex and it's a lot of different departments having to work together, and it gives everyone a chance to kind of feel each other out, see how it's going to be, and to me it's always like a great way to start. And we didn't get behind. We actually did our jobs correctly, and it was good.
Yeah, it takes the edge off a little bit to get one of those in the can. All
Yeah.
right, sweet, let's go. Builds momentum, right?
And there's always cool shots you do, so everyone's like, "Oh, that was cool," and you get it gets you psyched up. It's not like, "Oh, we shot the scene where they like blah 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 whatever." It's not as fun. It's not like, "Oh, Batman just came through the roof and started killing guys." Okay, that's great. Like,
Zach,
now we're into it.
Do you edit while you shoot?
Edit while I mean, normally editorial runs alongside the movie, so you can go up and I can go up and look at an assembly of the thing to see if it's working, but we don't really rely on the cut of the movie to say like, oh, did we get everything we need? Mm-hmm. Every now and then, like with Dodie, who I'm working with now, she's really fast, super fast, and will send me a text that says like, do you think we need a shot of blah blah blah? And then they'll send me the sequence on my phone. And I'm like, oh no, it's okay, or yeah, fuck, you're right. So yeah, but I think in that case we had a lot of coverage, and the previs was so good, so we were just trying to get what those guys had like laid down.
DJ, obviously this movie focuses heavily on the formation of the Trinity, which we know is going to be incredibly important, but I think it gets overlooked how the work that you did in visual effects on the other Justice League characters that we meet in this film, it really ends up becoming the blueprint for how they are presented in later films. It's brief, but I was wondering if you could talk a bit about the process of coming up with how you're going to show the different powers of say, Flash and Cyborg and Aquaman. Aquawoman would also be great. Yes, thank you. Sorry.
We really
Moa
missed
has
the
long
mark.
hair in it. I got confused. Which one was the challenge, and which one came together quickly? And if you could answer in Larry Fong's voice, I would appreciate it.
Hello.
Wes.
Oh, you don't get a microphone.
Yeah. I'll just.
Hello.
Yeah. I'll feed you the lines, and you can tell everybody.
Wes.
Wes, can you come and answer the question? Well, Ezra, Flash, I think, was like those pre-production days. That was
Really,
the
that was the
very,
very first thing we shot was
right?
Ezra.
And the main thing I remember about that was it was sponsored by Doritos, and somehow the visual effects department ended up with bags of Doritos around forever, which was cool.
That's good for you guys.
Yeah, it was good. But we didn't really have to do much to develop him because that was just lightning flashes at the time. We didn't really nail him down till Justice League, right?
Yeah, the only tricky thing was that weird milk, him holding the milk container.
Yeah,
we had
the
to
milk, right.
figure out if he could
Yeah.
it drops a teeny bit.
Well, the
right?
milk container was CG. That was the thing. Yeah, he had to because he had to go and come back, and he had to catch it before it dropped. And then Aquaman proved our dry for wet theory because we shot it.
We
wet
shot
for
it
wet.
wet, and it was a
yeah,
mistake.
it was a pain in the ass.
It was the
It's
worst.
Like, forget it.
It's the
We'll
worst
never do
idea
a
we
whole
had.
movie like that.
I remember we were like, oh yeah, let's just shoot it underwater. That's so
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Then we were like, that is not cool.
Yeah, it's not cool.
We shot it like in a weird swimming pool in Detroit, like in this weird. I remember like also when Jason showed up. Remember he was. They had to put all the tattoos on him. Remember, and he was like
that's right.
basically half naked, and everyone was like participating. Suddenly, everybody
I wasn't.
showed up to want to put on the tattoos. I was like, "Where were you guys 5 minutes ago?" Came out like, "Oh, I'll help." I was like, "Oh, really? Okay." Yes, I remember that. But it was such a weird. We had like green screen in the pool, and it was like,
We
yeah,
did. Yeah.
it was not.
And then we vowed never to do it
Yeah,
again.
we said
Yeah.
that is a mistake.
And then Cyborg, Cyborg was very weird, right? Because you had a design for the whole lab, but we could only put the
Foreground.
dressing in,
Yeah.
right? Not the far background stuff in. So that was like a weird green screen thing too. That we where did we shot that here, didn't we?
I thought we did shoot that
Yeah.
here, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Weirdly,
Not here.
yeah,
but yeah,
right
yeah.
when we got back.
Yeah, it was like by the airport. Remember?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, and then
Right.
but it was cool in Justice League because then we had to recreate that
Yeah.
thing only like in a real giant set, like in a real lab. So that was kind of fun
That was cool.
to like retroactively then actually build a thing that we hadn't built. That was cool.
Yep.
All right, I want to stay on
But
Ezra.
we did. Oh, sorry. Didn't
go ahead.
mean to stomp on that. But
Please.
what I remember about Aquaman was that's where we came up with the what do we call it? The hydrokinetic movement.
Oh, right. That's right.
Because we're like, well, when he has to leave this thing in the wide shot from the robot camera, should he be like, we didn't want him like, going like that.
Oh yeah. He wasn't gonna do that.
On a pink seahorse. Yeah. a pink seahorse. So that was when we said he's just going to be like Superman. He's just going to go because he can control that. Yeah, and that set the tone for everything. Yeah,
Hydrokinetic.
hydrokinetic.
I don't know if you guys know this, but
Bullshit.
there was so much curiosity in the fan base of just like, how is this going to look, especially Aquaman and the way that he moved through. 'Cause I remember
Before you saw him.
before
or-
we saw
yeah.
it, yes, before we saw it. 'Cause
We
then-
also were curious.
Yeah, we were curious. We were Aquaman curious.
you
So
put
was
that-
everybody else apparently. Yeah.
You finally put that clip up on VERO, which was Jason swimming up to the throne, I believe. I think it was when you finally started to get it. Yeah.
Yeah. That was cool. Yeah,
That was the first thing we shot for Justice League.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right?
That and remember it was like one of the first shots we got back. Because
Yeah.
remember I filmed it off the I
remember
filmed it
you
off the
filming
screen,
it, and
yeah.
Rhoda and I were looking at each other like, "What's he doing?" Like we signed a thing not to do that.
Yeah. I never signed that.
Zach's like, "I'm putting this out
I
today."
never signed that. I don't care what the lawyers say. Yeah.
All right, I want to stay on Ezra because we have a question that came in from VERO, and thank you very much, guys, for submitting your questions. This one says, the Flash in the Batcave telling Bruce that Lois is the key is one of my favorite scenes ever. Would we at any point have seen the other side of that, seeing the scene from the Flash's perspective?
Absolutely. Yeah, the whole thing was that we would. Well, I guess we were talking about it just a minute ago that the idea was that in whatever Justice League that would have been, Justice League 2, I guess, you would have seen a scene. There was a scene where they were getting ready to, Flash was getting ready to go back in time, and the idea was that he said to Bruce, no, Bruce said to him, like, that there were two possible windows in which he could jump back through time. And Bruce said, well, which one would you have gone through if I didn't say anything? And he said, well, we were going to go through this one. He said, don't go through that one, because you went through it, it didn't work. Right. I said, you can't, so go through the other one. So you would have seen that, right? So then he would have gone to the correct moment.
And he had to tell him something that would make him believe.
Yeah, and he would have had to tell him something,
Yeah.
Which at that time was that in the other reality was that the child of Lois Lane's child was his.
Right.
That's what he told Bruce to make him believe that he was really from the future.
Yeah, it's getting complicated.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
We need a chart. We need some of those.
You need a chart.
We need
It
some
exists.
of those.
The chart
Already.
exists. Yeah,
it
that's true.
exists.
Am I wearing it?
Yeah, you might be. You might be wearing it. Yeah, you are wearing it.
Kind of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on there.
Yeah.
Along those lines, this is also submitted by VERO. Thank you very much, guys, for sending it in. Zach, during the Pizza Film School recently, you mentioned that Chris Terrio had a bag of Post-it notes. Can you give us an idea or reference from those notes that you really wanted to use or just loved but couldn't for some reason?
Oh my God. Oh, there's so many. But you know what? Off the top of my head, I can't think of any Post-it note that was like a gem that we just couldn't use. I feel like we really tried to shoehorn all the notes, the Post-it notes, into the movie. And by the way, I couldn't decipher the Post-it notes anyway. So it was really his domain and his like secret filing system that kept him, the perfect amount of mystery, so that there's no way we could get rid of him, because he was like the arbiter of all those Post-it notes. So yes, I don't know, but tomorrow you can ask him, or we can ask him if he shows up.
A little
Oh,
tease.
yeah, what?
Little tease of who might be on the panel tomorrow. Any Terrio fans in the audience here? Yeah, exactly. Now you got to come, Chris. Now you have to come.
Yeah, now he really does have to. He probably want to be like a pull a Larry Fong on us, but that's fine.
Patrick, I would love to discuss, because this film introduces Batman and the entire corner of Batman in that universe in a way that we have never seen before. And so if you could talk a bit about your inspirations for his Batcave in particular and how it reflects his personality, and even this iteration of the Batmobile, which I'm going to assume is not his first, the way that he's constantly innovating.
So it started with doesn't work.
Wes.
Hello. Okay, good. Yeah, so it started with a quick meeting I had with Zach. Actually, Zach, he told me about what the character was first. He's a different guy. He's a bigger guy. He's an older guy. He's bald. That kind of thing. All those things sort of got me going. And so there's a simplicity in the shape of the Batcave. I didn't want it to be ornamental, based on my discussion with Zach, and it had to be bold, simple, and also everything should be hanging. The concept of a bat, to me, was important to have everything sort of hanging. Like even the Batwing was hanging. The car, when the windows open, are like Batwing. The theme of Bat. I mean, even the lab was sorry. Even the lab was like all suspended. So this idea, the concept of the bat, was very prominent, at least in my head, and we showed stuff to Zach, and he seemed to have reacted to that. Other than that, it's bold and strong and no ornamental pieces. And I felt that made it different. Felt like that Batcave was not trying to be pretty. It was just practical. It was not meant, he hadn't carved the cave to build his cave. The cave was there. He built his building in it, fitting that cave. There was a sense that he didn't transform something. He just built it. Mm-hmm. And also there's a sense of very modular. You talk about someone that keep building things. Probably was not the first Batmobile, probably not. But even the Batcave looks like it could be augmented, diminished, changed. That's kind of the idea. This is all based on a 10-minute talk with Zack at the beginning. Really? I mean, I gotta say, you know, you sometimes spend time with directors, and there's a long explanation about things, and sometimes someone you sit with is going to tell you 5 words, and those 5 words are going to give you the essence of what he's got in his head. So after that, it's your job to kind of develop, but that was enough for me to go somewhere at least with.
Patrick, one additional character I'd love you to elaborate on is Lex. This is a totally different version of Lex. It's a younger version of Lex. What were some of the inspirations that Zack maybe spoke to you so you can form Lex Core, and then how he would be presented?
I mean, Zack, you told me a couple of things you were interested, but the Google vibe, this kind of a new generation of, like, you know, the modern, multimedia kind of characters. So that's kind of where we went with this. I like one thing that Zack wanted to see is like the entrance of his building was made of like playful games and little areas which you see on those modern companies, and that was kind of the vibe for him. That's kind of where we went with this.
And then we also had that that little nostalgic old LexCorp neon sign in the basketball by the
That's
basketball
right.
court. Yeah, that I really always liked that old sign, like, oh, that's where we started, or his dad, or whatever.
The basketball court, on the back of it. Yeah. I mean, it sort of fits the character. That was kind of what was, he came up, and there was this character that was very strong, and you knew this kind of the world he would be living in, and this one, we had a few little things I threw at me all the time, about what he wanted to see about, the game place, and then there's this whole high-tech lab on the side. And also interesting is where we shot this thing, Gotta say that this place, we're in Detroit, we're in,
There we go. Detroit's in the house.
we found location that was very inspiring. I think, it's like, don't you think? I mean,
Yeah, it was
we
like
walked in
across
there.
the street from our studio, and it was like this abandoned automotive. I don't know what. I think it was Ford.
It was Ford.
It was
yes.
Ford, like distribution. It was a parts distribution office that was like an incredibly. It was a big building. It wasn't like a small affair, and we were able to use it and
Utilize a
really
lot.
build onto it. It was
That
cool.
space.
Yeah, it was a beautiful lobby actually.
We really did use Detroit for Detroit. I mean, Detroit was really the basis of Gotham.
Yeah,
I mean, the fact that buildings are scattered, they're not, some of them have been torn apart, and you got them like scattered around, not like the typical city, was a great place for us to kind of build the city, and you augment it in CG as well. So I felt, yeah, you did. Oh, you didn't do it? Oh, I thought you did that.
No, we didn't do anything.
Okay, who did it? Oh, Damon. So yeah.
Larry Fong did.
So yeah. So
Damon, there's a ton of work being done now by directors that work hand in hand with their stunt collaborators in the John Wick franchise. You see guys like David Leitch and Chad Stahelski who are pushing that through. I don't hear a ton about how much Zack interacts with the stunt team.
He's very cruel. He's very cold. No, sorry, go ahead.
I guess how much freedom does he give you to come up with what you want to come up with? And how much input is he giving you along the way in the process?
Tremendous freedom, but we've always met early on in early production. Zack and I will meet in concept design and just discuss. And that's really where we get our outline in our brains and in the texture of what he's desiring, and we just kind of play with concepts there. Then I'd get a team of guys and start to create just walkthroughs, structures, just skeletons. He can oversee those and go, yes, keep that, change that, I love it, go nuts now. And then he just lets us go into the petri dish and go a little crazy.
yeah, because like all the like these guys that we've worked with over the years, these are like, our friends. Like I see them all in every movie, the same group of guys. It's like not. It's literally. Rich is in every single movie I've made. Like literally, he's like. He's literally made it through every single movie. He needs like I don't know what kind of a black belt you get for that, but it's like a lot of stripes on it. So anyway, the stunt guys are really important to me.
Zack, I want to ask you about this because you do something in BVS that you eventually do in Justice League as well too, which is that you open essentially on a scene that was pivotal from the previous movie. The idea you show it to us from a different point of view. The idea to put Bruce on the ground in Metropolis during the invasion. The idea of showing us Superman's scream opening the mother boxes. I'm curious if there's a deeper narrative backing behind that you want to start in a way to kind of bridge to the previous film, or is that coincidence the way that those two have opened?
I guess for me, it's just because the stories are so intertwined, it's just important to catch you up on what's happening specifically in the moment you just left, and that, I think by backtracking a teeny bit or overlapping, it allows the continuity of the story to continue. And I think that really that's the main reason. I mean, in BVS, in this movie, you have there's a real cyclical nature to the film. Starts with a casket, ends with a casket. It's very much a circular kind of affair, but it does lead into Justice League, and it does come from Superman. So that was also really important to me. So.
And then before we turn it over to you guys in the audience, I have one more I wanted to ask about. Excuse me. It's clear that the Ultimate Edition of BVS is the definitive version. I don't think there's anybody here that would disagree. I mean, you hear from virtually every fan that they prefer it over the theatrical cut, and most say that it's a different movie because of the way that it plays. If I'm being completely candid with you, I connected with the Ultimate Edition more than I did the theatrical cut. And I wanted to ask you if it's challenging to know that like the first step into the world of a story that you've worked on is a version that might not be the Ultimate Edition, might not be the best one to put out there.
Look, the truth is that I have, you would think by now that people would know that I have a certain relationship with the director's cuts of my movies and my relationship to the marketplace and how that, I think if analyzed in retrospect over the course of my career, you can kind of see a bit of a pattern developing. And so, and maybe by the time it reached BVS, people kind of, mainstream pop culture hadn't really come around to or understood how that concept works with me. And I think that I'm okay with it because I understand that, movies are expensive and they are on one hand, this incredible vision of like what you think is cool and all that stuff. But on the other hand, they're a product that someone paid you a lot of money to make. Mm-hmm. So there's a balance there. And we all understand that, you have to, they own the movie in the end, right? It's their movie, it's their IP, it's everything. And we're just kind of, we're stealing it a little bit to make our movie. And so that balance is delicate. And so I guess for me, that this version of the movie exists at all is what I'm happy about, right?
Absolutely. Big round of applause. All right, I want to start taking questions from the audience, and I believe we have people with microphones who can come around to...
They might not work.
The way we're going right now, they might not work. This lady up front was the first one to put her hand up, I swear, so I'm going to go with her. But I'm definitely going to get to people all the way in the back, too.
So I love all of the panelists here, but I would have loved it if you had also had Chris here, because this question is kind of for the two of you.
Chris Terrio.
Yes, Chris Terrio. So
I
will
anyway.
be here tomorrow.
Oh, you're not coming tomorrow? Okay, well, I'll relate it to him then.
But
go ahead.
I would be really interested to know more about the creative collaboration between the two of you as it applies to the political intrigue of this story, because it's so pervasive and multifaceted. False flag operations, retaliation against whistleblowers, and in particular, the use of a false testimony as a propaganda tool to fan the flames of conflict. In this case, it's between two superheroes and not two countries or political forces. But it conjures historical memories of things like the Naira testimony in 1990 for the Gulf War, and Colin Powell with the WMDs. So if you could offer as much time as you're able to give to this really big topic, because it's really interesting and it's such a unique way to tell a superhero story that like none of these other superhero stories are going there, but you two went there.
Yeah, we were really, yes, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
And I will say that this could be like its own, college class we could teach about that. But instead, I will say that yes, Chris is very and was very interested in sort of unilateral like power and how that would be represented by Superman and/or Batman, and that on a local level or on a like global level, like the two of them represent, kind of two tips of the spear in those two different arenas, and how on a micro level, Batman is sort of affecting policy on the street, a lot of street level, and Superman could be affecting policy on a global level. And like, what are those tools? Even just like subtly in like, if you're looking at maybe it's not that subtle, but like if you're looking at the protests against Superman outside the Capitol, there's like one of them has like a drone, like on a stick, because we were saying, it's that level of sort of how do you take an icon like Superman and superimpose those powers over whatever, the implications are of someone who's able to, say, manipulate world events in the way that he could. And even in our story, he's not really doing it to that level, but certainly there are forces around him that easily can take what he does and shape it in a way that when it gets to the public, it's sort of something else. And and that's obviously a thing that, unless you're naive, could be happening in the real world every day. So that was really a thing we talked about all the time, and with many examples that, when you look at the movie, you can really see how it applied to the time we made it, and literally it really does stand the test of time in the sense that it, we could have made this movie yesterday and it would still have the same impact. Anyway, so.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There's a guy in a white shirt in the middle, all the way up top there. Yes, that went very, caught my eye.
Thank you, and thank you, Zach, and everyone for putting this on this weekend.
Thanks for being here, you guys. Thank you very much.
Not all of superhero movies and comic book style films in the last decade or so, they've really shied away from showing, I think, real violence, whether it's towards humanity or even towards the villains. There's almost an aversion to showing something brutal or something that makes you feel small and helpless, kind of like what we see with Lex. Even your heroes might have to make giant sacrifices that can go against those moral compasses, be it killing or letting someone die. But what is it that you found that you wanted to explore in showing what I think is the reality of what these gods and demons can do in our world and the stakes for which they fight? Because their actions on our half, I think, feel so much more impactful when you see them succeeding or when you see everything that they're all capable of.
Wow. Okay. I guess, to me, and I'm a fan of these characters. So, to me, to challenge them is really my responsibility in some ways. I do not. It is not my intention to tear them down. It's my intention to try and understand them and their relevance. If the way you show them, whether it be vulnerable, or whether it be confused, and whether it be like questioning the why of their existence, those are all things that, as they are challenged by those things and or overcome those things, they become sort of, you lock them in as iconographic or as important, I guess, and it's only by challenging them as icons that you end up with the real hero in the end, and so that was the thesis that I had given myself as far as how these characters would be portrayed, that I would deconstruct them, but in an attempt to make them, put them on a journey that sets them as what we believe they are, or can be. So that was kind of, I don't know if that answers the question, but that's the why of it to me.
I'll go with this man right here. No, right in front there. Yeah. If you can get a microphone. They're coming to you. They're coming.
Here it comes.
go. Yeah. Like you keep picking opposite ends of this. Run there.
Outside.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming in. Zach, thank you for all your movies. Big fan.
Thank you.
In this film, we see Diana in a picture in 1918 with Steve and her crew, which we eventually see in Wonder Woman. A couple years ago, you posted a picture of Wonder Woman 1854 in the Elseworlds storyline from Stephen Berkman, I believe. He shot the photo, right? Which is dope.
Yay, Stephen Berkman. Also Art Center alumni and teacher.
Oh, okay, awesome. What's unique about that photo is we see a lot of warriors from different cultures being represented. And for me, though it didn't maybe pan out because of whatever may have happened the past 10 years, I saw a Sikh warrior right next to her right shoulder. And I wanted to say thank you for including me at that level because
Nice.
you know, besides showing my people as, whatever, taxi drivers or, at that level, I really, really like that you showed off, even though it's very, small, it meant a lot to me. As a fan, I really want to know how would have that storyline panned out? If you can shed some light. I know it's Crimea.
The idea, I don't know if I've talked about, have I talked about this? I don't know. The idea of it was that in those days, because Diana was searching for the god of war, searching for Ares around the world, she would have gone to, in her sort of quest to find him, she ended up going to all the hot spots where all these conflicts were in the world. And then in those conflicts, looking for Ares, she would come across some amazing warrior on the battlefield that she would say, hey, I'm looking for this god of war. I need, a team to help me. And that was the basic concept behind who all those guys were. And that they saw her on the battlefield and she was so insanely powerful that they were like, yeah, I guess in service of this goddess, like that, is even more powerful than like the surface of my country or whatever I'm doing, whatever political war I'm in. This goddess asking me to join her is like, that's like quite an honor. And so that's why when we see her in Crimea, she's ended up with those cats that are with her from her journey around the world.
Quick follow-up on that, Zach. What do you remember about the first day that you heard Zimmer's theme for Wonder Woman?
Oh yeah. I remember being down in his little his crazy studio, which is amazing, down in Santa Monica. It's kind of like it's kind of like a cool, I don't know what. It's like it has a lot of bookshelves and like sculptures in it. It looks a little bit like the Phantom of the Opera setup. In the middle, you're kind of on these old sofas. It's really cool. It's like, and then he was like, okay, here we go. This is it. What do you like? I think he kind of sprung it on me. Like he said, this is going to be, I think this is a cool way to introduce Wonder Woman. And he played it and we were literally, it's exactly as it is. And it just blew us away. And I remember just going like, wow, because we did talk about it being like this tribal kind of like visceral, like instead of, as a way to introduce Wonder Woman, I think a lot of people thought, or you could think about it in a lot of different ways, and that was kind of a surprise sound for her, but totally fits her. And it's a thing that's endured, I think, with her over the movies a little bit. Sure. And, I think that just is a testament to how sort of unique and exciting it was. And I clearly I loved it. So
that's incredible. All right. Let's see. Where can we go? Let's go. This guy right here with the beard. And let's get other questions for the panelists too as well. Visual effects questions, stunt questions.
No, I'm good.
Stunt visual effects.
Far more
Cinematography for Larry Fong down there.
Just keep going, Zach.
Let's call Larry on the phone.
Cameras and lenses.
Okay, so last one, at least for Zach. Quick question. So I know it was hinted, essentially, that Kara was one of the survivors from the ship with the open pod and the skeleton. I was just curious when you were going to actually bring her in, if you had any, thought of bringing her into one of the later movies.
No, tell the real story. Oh, yeah. Tell the real story that...
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Tell the story that broke the studio at the time.
Turn off the cameras. Or let DJ say it.
Anything about like where that guy was or where that person went?
So remember, we liked the idea that, you know what I'm talking about.
That. Well, like it's this whole thing with like
Ares and Zeus.
the gods and Ares and Zeus, and whether or not like Zeus was really possibly a Kryptonian, and that so that Wonder Woman's powers. Anyway, you could sort of see where that's going, because the whole thing of like whether or not magic and the gods, there's a version where like, okay, that's cool, I guess, but like there's also the more sort of scientific kind of, you have like a mythology built up of like where do gods come from, like what is that about, and so anyway, we had played around with that quite a bit.
And Ares was the one that caused the scout ship to crash.
Yeah.
And be in the ice.
What?
Yeah. He killed his crew.
Yeah.
Wait,
So-
you can't just throw that out there.
You can.
That's not. That
I just
requires
did.
some follow-up.
We have a lot of conversations about this stuff. So.
Aren't you glad DJ came instead of Larry?
Larry might have said that too.
All right, other questions. That man right there had his hand up first. Yes, you, sir. Yes. That Batman had his hand up first. You're next, Batman. I'll get you, I promise.
Hey, Zach. Thank you for taking my question. My brother and I came out from New Jersey for this. Very happy to be here.
Jersey!
I'm going to ask you something that I've been wondering.
Where in Jersey?
Verona by Montclair.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you something that I've been wondering about since the first Batman vs. Superman trailer. One of the elements that you introduced in that trailer was the dead Robin suit in the Batcave. Robin's death at the hands of the Joker was teased again in Suicide Squad and your version of Justice League, but was never shown on screen. What were the events leading up to and resulting in Robin's death in your universe?
I'll do a brief one because I think that that's still something that would be cool for people to see at some point. I don't know when or ever, but so I don't want to ruin it entirely. It may never happen, but
like on Netflix.
Yeah, nice.
We thought
But
Zack Snyder's Justice League wouldn't happen.
Yeah, that's
so
true. They said
never
that.
say never.
So suffice it to say that, like, to hurt Batman, obviously, he has, at that point, he had his real vulnerability was Robin, right? And so I think that what's obvious is that the Joker understood that, right? And all I'll say is that, I think I've talked about this a little bit, haven't I? That, he clearly blew him up, or it looks like he's burned, scorched him. I think beyond that, I really don't want to say the actual circumstances because I feel like it's a spoiler for maybe a thing that will never need to be spoiled, but we should wait to see, don't you think, a little bit?
Yes. Can I try a Joker follow-up?
Sure.
It might be a spoiler for something that we might get to see at some point in the near future at some point. But in the Knightmare sequence of Justice League, it's made very clear that Batman had to bring Joker along because he was going to be important somehow. Right. How might he be important to the mission they were trying to complete?
Our theory is that he's the one that knows where the kryptonite, what shards of kryptonite exist. He has that information. And so he's being carried. So he's basically made a deal with Batman. Don't kill me, and I'll get you a tool to fight Superman. And so he's kind of stuck with him in that way. And so, like, if he kills him or gets rid of him, then he's screwed himself.
So who's going to give him the reach around?
Yeah, exactly. That is
All
true.
right.
There's a couple other people that would.
Batman, over here, Batman.
first of all, I just want to preface and say that as someone who lost a stepbrother to suicide this entire weekend means a lot to me. So I want to thank all of you for lending your creativity to a powerful movement.
Incredible. Awesome, brother. Thanks for sharing that.
I've been wondering for all you guys. I know that the Batman v Superman team up movie has been in creative development in creative development for a long time, and I just wondered if there were any initial ideas that all you guys had that the studio kind of rejected or kind of like mandated that you not do, and if there was anything that you could share about bringing
the one that you saw.
Because Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman are such big, iconic, characters. Was there anything that maybe you're like, okay, let's put a pin in that, and maybe we'll just beat them down, and we'll just, have the fans rally and get stuff done?
Yeah, the one that you saw.
The one that we saw?
Yeah, I mean, like in a lot of ways, yeah, I mean, that was the thing that when Chris and I sort of wrote the movie or talked about this version of the movie, it was not the version of the movie necessarily that the studio was. Like, it was not like a big fun romp where those two are like, just you can imagine. I think that there's a version like, I'm sure the version of the movie that's on the poster in I Am Legend is more of the movie. Whatever that movie was going to be was probably the movie that they wanted. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't have that script, but that was it. But you can just tell by the poster that it seemed more fun.
But not epic like yours.
But not epic.
Yeah.
But fun. Hilarious. I bet there was a lot of zingers in it. They were zinging each other the whole time. They probably hurt each other more with zingers than actual blows.
Hey, Zach.
Like there was comments about why is your underwear on the outside of your pants? And he's like, why's yours?
Zach, I remember.
This is an alien uniform.
Remember when you kept coming back to me saying we have to, the MPAA wants us to remember we couldn't do the blood splat on the wall.
Yes.
Right, from the crate, which is
Yes.
in the one that you like, but not
You guys
in the
saw
theatrical.
the blood on the wall.
But we kept taking all those things out, and it was still getting an R rating, and then you got that note from them, well, we just think that Batman's too mean to Superman.
Yeah.
And we're like, can you really comment on that, you
Yeah,
guys?
I didn't think that was in your domain. To just not like the idea of them fighting, and so now it's R. That was, yeah.
Even the
100%.
MPAA.
Yeah, they were just like, we think it's rude that they're fighting. And I was like, I'm sorry, it's in the title. It's like.
Is that in your list of
Yeah.
what? It's an R rating? No, I
Yeah,
don't
this
see
is
it here.
NC-17. This is an X.
Cut that part out.
Yeah. Is there any way you could cut them fighting out? That'd be cool. How about they just team up and like each other?
Yeah, that's it.
What about that?
Violence, language, and a mean superhero.
Yeah.
The reasons for your rating.
And yeah. Can't they just maybe they argue at the first act, but then they shake hands and then they fight the bad guy together. I go, well, they kind of fight the bad guy together at the end. Yeah. Didn't you see that? And they're like, well, there was a lot of fighting before that.
DJ, when I put the question out to Twitter followers about something they wanted to know about this film, there was a lot of talk about Metallo and sketches that were potentially out there for that character to be included. Is that going way, way back? Yeah.
Yeah. We actually did a previs test. Remember? We actually modeled him and everything.
Metallo,
Whatever.
thank
Yeah, because you had a design for that, right? So we built that and had him by the Washington Monument and that whole thing. Yeah. That didn't make it.
It's another one of those things.
Well, because it was
That was Scoot's character.
Yeah,
originally.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what Scoot McNairy was
Scoot
beat him.
McNairy's character. Yeah.
After his legs got crushed.
But that was a whole different movie.
Yeah, it was a completely different weirdo movie that we changed.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else out here? Yes, this sir right over here. Hey, they're coming.
Microphone.
Microphone guy, microphone guy.
Zach, thank you for all the verisimilitude you put in this movie. Great. My favorite thing about your filmography is the way you do semiotics. I know you have to communicate that to your crew, but how much and to what depth do you communicate that to your cast?
Okay, in what sense? Sort of.
Like, well, here's what we're doing with this scene that's a little bit beyond the surface.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think in the process of making the movie, when you meet with the actors and talk about what the movie is, and, the script, by the way, is always like a jumping off point, and there's always subtext in the way the script is written anyway. And then when I go through the drawings with them, there's always that next sort of layer, and then it's the discussions about what they would bring and how free they are to kind of keep digging. And I always try to encourage them to go. There's no I don't think, oh, that's too much. Like you're making it too complicated. Like that's not a thing. There's always the thing about making a movie is you can always take things out. It's not like it's easy to to trim back a concept or like a point of view, but it's really you can't create that in the editorial process. You can't say, oh, it'd be cool if there was more depth to this moment, because that's not, it was never there, but it's easy to take it out. And so I don't mean to overshoot, but I tend to a little bit. Really? Yeah. I always feel like I've barely got enough footage. I always feel like that.
Hours later.
Yeah, I always feel like that. I literally am like, there's no way the scene we can make it with those small amount of shots that we have. Never is.
But by the way, no reshoots, so that's
Yeah. Not by us anyway.
Patrick and I still have PTSD from that. So yeah.
I didn't go, I'm happy to say. I just want to follow up on that I've seen Zach been privy to conversations where he's actually had to lean in on an actor or actress to try and get them to go there. Again, wanting to go beyond, and then he can reel it back. So if anything, he goes
too far.
Which is how you know how to bring it back to where it needs to be.
So how come you didn't let Lateef Crowder do a spin kick?
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
It was too showy for the moment, and what it's a great question. Too showy for what the moment was. It was more real world. We need to kill this guy. So, and Lateef could do that with a spin kick, yeah. But for the overall tone, it didn't fit. Great question.
Nice.
All right, right up front there, black shirt. It's like 2 rows back from the middle.
This one's from Patrick Tatopoulos. I mainly know your work for stuff like Godzilla and Underworld. So what's the difference between doing stuff like monsters and doing superheroes?
And superheroes?
What's the difference between doing like monsters and superheroes when you have to design them?
Nice.
There's no difference. You need this, really?
The internet needs it.
So you're asking me what's the difference between that and doing a superhero movie? To me, it's the same. It's all about characters that define. They live in a world, and this world has to fit the character, and vice versa. I think one of the things I've always tried to do is to keep working on character and creatures as well as the sets for one reason, because I think they belong to the same thing, and it makes sense. There's a logic in the design, and that's why I'm always interested in projects that brings those creatures or characters. In the case of Batman, Superman, or all the characters that go around, I always have a little pass at it, and we look at it with Zach. It's not my job to necessarily design the creature, but bring some ideas on the table, and that's super important for me. I don't think I want to do films that don't have characters and creatures and things like that. This is kind of what I do. It makes the sets also very organic. You think more organically than super, like I said, in this case, we have some very bold building. This was the Batman that Zack created. But overall, I like to bring organic into the world of the design, my design, and that's why creature fits the same way. You design the same way, you design character, you design sets. It's not that far off to me. They all blend together at the end.
Yeah, because think about the difference between sort of the hard reality of the Batcave and then the super organic sort of deconstructed Wayne Manor that's like, crumbling above him, and the tomb and the overgrown grounds, which are really not sharp and hard, but really kind of soft and forgotten. And I think that sort of contrast is really.
Look at the Batmobile. For me, it's not a car. It's it's a creature. I always looked at it like that. That's why it's got wings. That's why it's got a chin. It's got a face, and it comes alive to me if it's something like that. I just couldn't make a car. That's why we always. The first design is always a sketch that comes out of nowhere. It's not like looking at other cars to start designing. We do the first thing always a small. The Batmobile. I keep saying this, but the first time I met you and I went directly to a Starbucks and started to sketch the Batmobile, the first thing I did, because I felt this is where everything was for me in my world of design. Is that to create?
You went to Starbucks and did that?
I did. That's not the closest. I was so anxious. That was the first place I could see. It
was the only place open.
Yeah. So
I picture you
I
in
wanted
the
to go to
south
a
of
bar.
France with a fine wine, and you're in Starbucks.
Burbank Studio, man.
I went to Provence, and I.
Yeah. So.
Seriously, that's the best thing I've heard.
No, it's Starbucks, unfortunately.
But that's the way it is. Yes. So so that's it. That's the answer.
Terrific question. Terrific question. All right, this is unfortunately going to be our last question for the day, and I'm going to go to that person right there in the middle in the white shirt with their hand up raised. Yes, that's you, right? Yeah. Don't turn around. You stand up, and a mic will come to you.
Stand up, and a mic will come to you.
So it's kind of like a. It's kind of like a Snyderverse related question, but I saw Watchmen, I loved it. Casting was perfect. Casting for Justice League, Batman vs Superman, perfect. I don't know if you're familiar with Doomsday Clock, but I was wondering if that was in your vision, or if what you think of it, and was that ever gonna come to fruition eventually in the future?
Which one was Doomsday Clock?
It was the crossover between Watchmen characters.
Yeah,
and,
was that the
DC.
Jeff Johns?
Yeah, Jeff
comic?
Johns. Yeah.
Yeah, probably not.
DJ.
We don't talk about that guy.
Like I said,
probably not.
We should end on a more positive one.
I felt all right.
A quick one.
I felt all right.
A
We
quick
should
one.
have just gone to the lobby. That
A
would've
quick
been
one, right
perfect.
here. A quick one. A quick positive one.
It's been said your work print of BVS was another hour longer. What is a sequence or something that you have?
Okay, yeah, we were talking about it. I think I talked about it a little on the live stream. There's a scene, and we shot it. I can't even barely remember it. It's the scene where Clark went down to the house, the room below, the apartment below, to fix the leak in the ceiling from them spilling the water out of the bathtub.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and and it was Bukowski. It was Misha. We called her Mrs. Bukowski because she lived below, and she was always banging her her broom on the roof. It'd be like, hey, what's going on up there? You guys are making a lot of noise.
that was an hour. This whole little scene was an hour.
No, it wasn't an hour. Well, it was a lot of shooting. I remember. I was yeah. So there was Bukowski, the nosy neighbor who lived below the Lois and Clark. Who was angry that the water kept spilling out of the tub every night. Wah wah. coming into their bedroom or whatever. No, into their bathroom. Yeah. So.
All right, we have to wrap there because Zack is gonna be signing. But
God.
we got to see
She turned
Batman.
out to be a superhero too. No, I'm just kidding. She wasn't.
Dawn of Bukowski.
She was nobody.
We want to thank everyone for coming out to watch Batman vs Superman Ultimate
you guys.
Edition. Your panel was Zack Snyder, Damon Caro, DesJardin, and Patrick Tatopoulos. Thank you very much,
Trinity.
everyone, for coming. And thank you on VERO for watching us as well, too.
Okay,
You guys
and
are awesome. Thank you so much.